Okay, Chair, we're live.
Bore da pawb. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of Powys County Council's Residents and Economy, Residents and Communities Scrutiny Committee. I'm Councillor Matthew Dorrance. I'm the chair of this committee. This meeting is being live streamed, and I welcome those who are watching our work today. Today we will be undertaking scrutiny work around child poverty, leadership and apprenticeships, and recycling. They're all important issues for residents and our communities and important aspects of this council's work. We are joined today by cabinet members who will be responding to our questions and debate, and officers from the council who will provide support and advice. Councillor Joy Jones, the council's Tackling Poverty champion, is with us today too, and we welcome Joy. We are also joined by guests from outside this council, and I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Ellie Harwood from the Child Poverty Action Group and Sarah Titcombe from the Welsh Local Government Association. Croeso both, welcome. To help me and our guests, can I please ask that everybody in the meeting introduces themselves when they're called to speak, and please remember to switch your microphones and your cameras off when you finish speaking, or unless you're participating, you can keep them on then. Okay, folks, we will move on with our agenda then, and item 1 today is to receive apologies for absence. I've been notified of apologies from Councillor David Evans. Are there any more? Okay, we move on then to disclosures of interest, item 2 on your agenda. Any disclosures of interest? And item 3 is the declaration of party whips.
Sorry, Matthew, I'd like to declare an interest because one of my business is property letting. So when it comes to the housing side, I think it's wise that I just declare. Jeremy Pugh. Okay,
Jeremy, thank you for that. Declaration of party whips. I don't think there were any, which takes us on to item 4 on our agenda then, which is child poverty in Powys. There are a number of documents that have been made available to members. You have the report from the council. You have we're receiving a presentation from Ellie Harwood, and there are included in your packs the results of a survey which was commissioned to help our work today. We have, I think, with us Catherine James, who has helped compile the report on behalf of the council. This area of work falls under the Corporate Improvement Plan, which is the responsibility of the leader. So I'm going to invite Councillor Harris to make any comments on the report, and then we will hear from Ellie with her presentation. Councillor Harris, please.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting us to this meeting today. In terms of the Corporate Improvement Plan, members will know that the latest version of the Corporate Improvement Plan, which is our vision, which was drawn up in 2017-18, right at the beginning of this council term, you will know that that was presented to us recently and was endorsed by the full council. Now, the Corporate Improvement Plan, or the vision, is divided into different elements. So it's learning and skills, it's health and care, it's the economy, and it's residents and communities. So it covers all the services that we as a county council provide. We are delivering on the plan. We're delivering in every section. That said, you may feel that we perhaps can do more. And of course, the time to talk about that is when we bring the Corporate Improvement Plan to you. But I can think of some areas where I think that we could deliver more and maybe faster. Areas like housing, perhaps we could deliver more social housing, more affordable housing. But of course, it's dependent on money and the land needs to be matched to the need. So there's all of that. There's a great deal of work that's going on in all areas, much of it related to making sure that there isn't child poverty. I hope that members will ask questions on the Corporate Improvement Plan. Everybody will have seen it anyway. But I don't know how much you want to hear from me, Chairman. You know, I could go through the sections of the plan as I did at the full council meeting, or maybe you'd like to hear from the cabinet members, or maybe you'd like to hear just general comments from anybody.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Harris.
Are you familiar, Chairman?
Yeah, and perhaps I should have been clearer in the opening of this agenda item, so apologies if I wasn't clear. We are looking at child poverty today, and the reason we're here is because there is evidence from the UK Coalition to End Child Poverty that after housing costs are taken into account, child poverty in Powys is rising. There are clear measures in the corporate improvement plan about dealing with child poverty. The questions for us as Scrutiny is whether, given the evidence that we're going to hear about, is the corporate improvement plan working? Are they the right measures? Are we doing the right things? Now, that's set out in the pack. Rosemary, if you think you've said enough about that, I'm happy to move on. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think, Chair, I think to go right through the corporate improvement plan is quite a big exercise, as you know.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy if members have got comments on different areas, perhaps as we move forward. You know, when we start to talk about things like housing and education and social care, all the elements of the plan.
Yeah.
And of course, the plan covers what we deliver as a council. But of course, everybody will understand that there are other determinants, unfortunately, of poverty. And of course, we work as a public service board with the other public bodies like health and policing. And of course, they all have an element of work that will impact upon poverty and child poverty.
Indeed. Whilst the corporate improvement plan is comprehensive, we are only looking at those measures within it that relate to tackling child poverty. So we won't have time to touch on all of that today, although it is important. So on that, then we'll go to Ellie Harwood, who's joined us from the Child Poverty Action Group. Ellie's got a presentation for us. Welcome, Ellie. It's really good to have you with us. And I'm very grateful for the work that you've helped us with as a council to get ready for today's scrutiny. Welcome, Ellie. We'll hand over to you.
Thank you so much for inviting me. As Councillor Dorrance has said, my name's Ellie Harwood. I work for an organisation called Child Poverty Action Group, and we are the leading charity campaigning to end child poverty in the UK. I'm speaking today partly as a member of the End Child Poverty Coalition as well. So the coalition is a large group of organisations committed to ending child poverty, and I represent the coalition in Wales, particularly around our statistical releases. So for those of you who are very interested in the data side of things, we produce the local estimates of child poverty on an annual basis. And so I will be talking a bit about those statistics, but before I pop the slides up, I'll just say the presentation I'm going to give today really has 3 parts. So the first part will be around defining and measuring poverty. So understanding what the term actually means when we are talking about this data, and also about what it means in terms of people's lives. And then we'll be looking at some of the causes of poverty and the things that solve poverty. So what actually leads people to falling into poverty, what keeps them there, and what helps them escape poverty. And then we'll be looking at child poverty trends just before and during the pandemic, because there's been obviously an extremely seismic shock to our economy and to the way that people work and to family income. So looking at what we know so far in terms of what that's done, both in Powys in Wales and then in the UK as a whole, and also forecasting a little bit about what's going to happen through the remainder of this year and into next year in terms of where we think child poverty is potentially going to become more complex. So we can think about solutions that are going to help address some of the impacts of the pandemic as well. And then finally, I'm going to draw on a couple of best practice examples. They've actually come from Scotland, where they have a very robust framework for local authorities and other public bodies to produce action plans around child poverty, and some examples that have been proven to be very effective using the kind of powers that are available to local government in the areas that actually do make a difference to child poverty rates. So that's quite a lot to pack in. The slides contain a lot of information. when I was researching this, I mean, one thing I will say is that the reports and analysis that you have available from the staff in the council, they're excellent. I mean, compliments to the people who are providing you with that analysis, because it's really very, very good. So I don't need to be reiterating, to be honest, a lot of the things that I was going to include in this. It's already very well covered in the reports that have already been prepared. So I'm going to be talking probably a little bit more about what we know works, I suppose. I'm here to emphasize we're very much a politically neutral organisation. We don't adopt positions on the right or the wrong way perhaps to implement policy, but what we can do is talk about the evidence that's available to support different approaches, and I would love to have some discussions and answer questions as well. So I'm going to get started and share my slides now. So let's get right to the start. Here we are. Okay, so can you see my screen? Is someone okay to give me a thumbs up? That's great. And so as I said, I work for Child Poverty Action Group. I'm based in Wales. I live in Rhondda and Taff, and I'm very passionate about ending child poverty, and I hope that through this presentation we'll be able to look at some some of the really evidence-based ways that we can go about doing that. So the first thing to say is that we need to understand what poverty is. So there is a standard technical definition. This is the definition that is used by the UK government, and the Welsh government, and the government from the other devolved nations. It's set in legislation. So we measure poverty by looking at the distribution of incomes across society. And if we say the median, the halfway income, of the entire population, and then we measure 60% below that. So these are households that will be in the bottom fifth of the income distribution, bottom quintile. And in the UK, about 14 million people live below what we would call the poverty line. But we don't often actually quantify the poverty line. And one thing I find in my work is that if you ask people, how much money do you think it is, basically, that people often massively underestimate where the poverty line lies, and that's because we don't, as a culture, talk an awful lot about money, about earnings. We don't really know often what is average, in fact, for people to have. And I often find in the work that I do that I talk to people who are technically living in poverty, on poverty level incomes, but they're just not aware of it, because particularly if you live in a community where a lot of people are less well off, that's the average for you. But we're comparing ourselves here to the UK average. So the average earnings in some parts of England particularly are significantly higher than they are even in the most affluent parts of Wales. So that does create an average, obviously, that would seem quite high. However, it's important to stress that in the amounts that you see there, what we do know from our research in Wales and across the UK is that if a family has an income that is below the amounts that are sort of specified for different household types, that they will find it very difficult to afford everything they need to have a healthy and dignified standard of living. And that's because we also use a measure called the minimum income standard. And this is a method of measuring how much money different household types need in order to participate in society, to eat a healthy diet, to be able to afford to heat their home properly, to travel to work, to get their hair cut, all the kind of things, the basic costs of living. And when we use a minimum income standard, it actually sets a slightly higher line than the technical poverty line. So whichever way you look at it, whether you're talking about averages and you're kind of just creating an artificial poverty line based on median income, or whether you're actually measuring how much money people need to live off, whichever way you look at it, unfortunately, we have a very significant number of people in Wales who are living below that poverty line, below that standard. And children are the group in the Welsh population who are the most at risk of living below the poverty line. And as you can see, another important point to sort of make is that child poverty, the poverty line moves depending on different types of households, because households of different compositions need different levels of income in order to achieve the same standard of living. So there isn't one fixed poverty line that you use to measure everyone, but it's equivalized to the type of household. So if you've got 2 adults and 1 child, you need a different level of income to a family that has 2 adults and 2 children, for example. But it's important to stress as well that as much as poverty is about a metric, it can be about counting the number of people who fall beneath an arbitrary line. It is also about a social experience. So the definition that we at Child Poverty Action Group use is one that's very well understood in kind of academic studies of poverty, and it's about how poverty actually feels and affects people. So we would say that individuals, families, and groups in the population can said to be in poverty when they lack the resources to obtain the type of diet, to participate in the activities, and to have the living conditions and amenities which are customary, or at least widely encouraged and approved in societies in which they belong. So this definition starts getting to the heart of what poverty is actually like for people. It means that you have fewer resources than are average, but also that are expected, which means it's very difficult for you to participate in society on the same terms as your neighbours and your peers. And if you're a child, this means that you won't have the same experiences and opportunities in your childhood that are taken for granted by others. And in very practical terms, this means things like not being able to participate in sports outside of school, perhaps never having swimming lessons, not being able to have a birthday party where you can invite your classmates, all kinds of things that just, are taken for granted by most of us, but that are inaccessible because you don't have as many resources as everyone else. And it's understanding that poverty, it isn't just about your economic position. It's not simply about the amount of money that you do or don't have, but it is also a shameful and corrosive social relation. So people in poverty are thought often to be, somehow deviant. As a parent in poverty, it can be very difficult to meet the expectations of society about what you should provide for your children, the kinds of food you should feed them, the kind of clothes you should buy them, the kind of activities and opportunities that you should offer them, and all of these things accumulate in eroding people's self-worth. It erodes their dignity. So we see that people who are affected by poverty are much more likely to suffer from reduced well-being, to have mental health conditions that require medication or other support. And we've seen, particularly through the pandemic, that people who live on low incomes, particularly for longer periods of time, much more vulnerable to all kinds of health complications. Eventually poverty does kill. It can take 10 years of your lifespan if you experience poverty in childhood. So, and a lot of this is to do with the psychosocial aspect of poverty. That is, how it actually feels to be socially excluded, and also, to be treated less fairly sometimes in the way that services are provided to you. So, poverty is both a kind of, we measure it in terms of hard numbers, but we really need to understand it in terms of how it feels for people. So to sort of conclude, the important things to understand about poverty, first of all, is that it is relative. So it's about measuring how you sit, if you like, your position in relation to other people's incomes. And the second point is that poverty is what we call dynamic. So people in poverty are not the same people over time. The majority of people in poverty are only in poverty for a couple of years. In any given year, a third of people below the poverty line will exit poverty, and a new third of people will enter. And over a sort of 10-year period, a large number of people in poverty will no longer be in poverty, and they'll be replaced by new people. So when we're talking about people in poverty, it's very important not to stereotype and not to generalize. And it also reiterates the importance of continually revisiting our understanding of poverty and who it's affecting, because particularly over the last decade, this has changed significantly. The nature of poverty, child poverty, who it affects, and the kind of things that drag people into poverty, and also the things that people need to do in order to escape poverty have changed. And this means that approaches that may well have worked well in 2005 are not appropriate for 2021. But we do know that poverty, even for a short period, is scarring. So half of children will experience poverty at some point in their childhood, but those children, even if they're only in poverty for a short period of time, there are noticeable effects on their long-term outcomes, on their educational outcomes, on their health outcomes, well-being outcomes, and their potential, employment outcomes as well. As I mentioned before, poverty is stigmatizing. It can be a corrosive social relation. So a very large number of people in poverty go to quite great lengths to conceal the fact that they're living in low income, particularly because many have not been in low income previously. And this is particularly the case for families with children. You're not in poverty before you have kids, and it's actually having children is what pulls your family below the poverty line. And because of the stigma, the stereotyping, the prejudice that can be around people in poverty, these assumptions and myths about who is in poverty and who isn't, people don't want their neighbours to know. They don't want their community to know. I mean, the pandemic has kind of shifted in lots of ways, the ways that we feel towards people who are suddenly having to claim universal credit, for example. But in ordinary times, most people, it's not their fault that their income falls, they lose a job, someone gets sick in their household. But nonetheless, people will often go to great lengths to conceal the fact that they're in poverty, and they will actually go without the support they're entitled to, particularly around things like free school meals and accessing uniform grants and so on, because they want very much to keep a secret really from people around them. And so that means when you're designing solutions to address child poverty or any kind of poverty, it's recognizing the fact that lots of people who need that support are not going to reach out to you for it, and you'll have to be creative, think about dignified and discreet ways of offering that support. And the final thing, of course, is that poverty is absolutely possible to solve. There are things that we know work. We only have to look at pensioner poverty as an example of how this can be improved. So pensioners used to be the group with the greatest risk of poverty in the population, and the government brought in a huge range of different measures that would change that position. So we have things like the triple lock, we have things like pension credit, we obviously offset the cost of living for pensioners through all kinds of free services and free prescriptions, free bus travel and so on. And as a result, it's completely changed that picture. So now older people, retired people are less likely to be in poverty than the general population. And that's all due to policy decisions, basically. So what I'm showing you here is coming back to the question of dynamic. If we're going to talk about solving poverty, we're going to talk about reducing poverty, we're going to talk about making, changing the poverty rate in Powys, if you like, for children, we need to understand this kind of noodle diagram. I understand it's slightly overwhelming to look at, but it's actually an illustration of the income distribution in the population. So when we're thinking about poverty, look at quintile 1, so that's the people who are in poverty, and what this shows you is how people over time move into different income quintiles. So you'll see that over this spans 9 years, this chart, that some people who were in poverty end up in the very highest income quintile, others move up and down, but the basic picture is that essentially most people move around lot within the income distribution over several years. Household incomes go up and down and they move around. But there are some groups at the very top and the very bottom who are stuck for that entire period, but they're not the majority. So it comes back to that thing of remembering that, if we want to see changes in poverty rates, we need to be moving people out of quintile 1 and up into the other quintiles. And we want to see fewer people moving down into the lowest. And so we have to start thinking about what pulls people into poverty, and then also what helps them escape. So there's one way of knowing that, and this is through research that's carried out by the Department for Work and Pensions, and they published this as a report. There's a link in the slides if you'd ever like to go and look at this yourself. And they're able to say, in this income dynamics report, well, what were the factors that led to people moving from a higher income group into the poverty group? So the biggest factor by far is a fall in benefit income. So you know, benefits are very important in topping people's incomes up and moving them away from the bottom of the income distribution. The second biggest factor was a fall in earned income, so where people's earnings reduce for a variety of reasons. This can be for working fewer hours, moving jobs, and so on. And then the third factor is a fall in the number of full-time workers in a household, so where someone goes from working full-time to part-time, or where one member of a household stops working. And then the change in household type, so moving from a couple household to a single person household is a big driver as well. And then a fall in the number of workers in there, only, you know, either there were two people working and then one stops, or a lone parent gives up work altogether. So you can see that these factors aren't necessarily what we might understand from kind of popular discussions around poverty as being the main causes of poverty, which often is individualized down to people's behavior, the things they spend money on, or, you know, that they make bad choices. I mean, most of the time these are things that are you know, either outside of individuals' control, or they are driven by, you know, wider economic factors. And particularly in the case of families, the primary reason why people stop working full-time is because they have children, or, you know, it centers around childcare essentially, and the availability of work that fits with raising children. So knowing what we do know about what actually pulls people into poverty, we can also then look from this same data at actually what helps people exit poverty. So what helps people move out from that bottom income group and into the higher income groups. And unsurprisingly, the things that help people leave are often quite similar to the things that pull people in. So raising people's benefit income is the most effective thing that you can do to address poverty. It doesn't always seem the most obvious thing to do, but it really works. And a big point to make, particularly I think in areas like Powys, where people are likely to be underclaiming benefits because of stigma, is that there are so many people missing out on the support they're entitled to, but either because they're unaware or because they're put off claiming for lots of reasons. So something as simple as ensuring that everyone's income is maximised and they're getting all the support they're entitled to can be hugely beneficial. The second biggest factor that moves people out of poverty is a rise in household earnings. So either getting paid more per hour for the work that you do, or moving to a new job, or taking on more hours. And the third factor then again is increasing the number of workers in a household. So where you have a couple parent family and only one of them is working, if the other parent moves into work, even if it's part-time, that obviously adds more money into the household budget and can move them above the poverty line. Or seeing a couple parent family where one is working full-time and one part-time. If the part-time person is able to go full-time, that boosts the income of the household, and they can also then move above the poverty line. And then the final one, which I guess is much more difficult for local authorities or governments to facilitate, is a change in household type. So for lone parents, that might be you know, recoupling, so marrying or forming a partnership with another adult and becoming a couple parent family again. So, you know, we know that poverty risk is not distributed evenly in the population. So the cost of running a household is kind of a quite fixed cost. So if you've only got one adult in the household and dependents, it's quite likely that you're going to really struggle to be above the poverty line. So you can see that the households who have the highest risk of being in poverty in Wales are lone parents. So almost half of lone parent families in Wales live below the poverty line. It's very, very challenging for lone parents because they can't do some of those things we were just talking about to help them move out of poverty. You don't have another adult to work more hours. It's down to you, and it's very difficult for lone parents to work full time. So, you know, that's really the only way that you're going to escape poverty, because it's very hard to reduce your living costs because you need more than one bedroom. You can't just live in a shared house. You can't just live in a one-bedroom flat. You have to have a proper home for your children, and your income is likely to be insufficient for that. But we can see that single people are also at risk. Again, it comes down to the fact that you'll have higher living costs, no one to split the bills with. We can see that couples with children, they do have around a quarter in poverty, but the risk is much lower than for lone parents. But if we look at couples without children, we can see that the risk increases significantly, so by 9 percentage points. And the group with the lowest risk of poverty in the Welsh population are pensioner couples, where they'll be having, all of the things we talked about earlier that the government have brought in to protect people from poverty. And the question then comes is, why do people with children, why are people with children more likely to be in poverty than people without? And the simple fact is that children are very expensive. Children cost a lot of money to raise. And in most societies, the government assists families with the costs of raising children because our wages certainly, in Wales and particularly in Powys, are not enough to cover the full cost of raising children. And we produce a piece of research every year called The Cost of a Child, which adds up the actual cost of raising children. And we estimate that for a lone parent to raise one child, over 18 years costs £185,413. You'll see the cost for lone parents is slightly higher than the cost for couple parents. And that's because lone parents have to pay more for childcare because they don't have another parent generally to share the costs of doing so. So, and you'll see there again, that for couple parent families, assistance from the state through child benefit and tax credit or universal credit can help offset the cost of raising children. But because it doesn't cover the full cost of childcare in particular, for lone parents, they're still left quite short of the amount of money that's needed to raise children. So really, this is why you'll have a couple, they won't be in poverty, and then they'll have a baby and they'll move into poverty. So, it's a life event that pulls people below the poverty line. The cost of your household living expenses goes up, but your incomes often will go down at the same time. So it's a classic example of why that is difficult for people to manage. So there's lots of data here, about child poverty in Wales. We know that nearly a third of children are living in poverty as the pandemic began. The rate has increased significantly in recent years. It was particularly in the year leading up to the pandemic in Wales. The majority of children in poverty live in couple parent families. So although the poverty risk is higher for lone parents, they make up a smaller proportion overall of lone parent families. So most children in poverty do live with two parents. So when we're thinking about education, this equates now to about 9 children in a class of 30. And you might note that that's not the same as the number of children who receive free school meals. And that's because free school meals is only used as a proxy for poverty, and a lot of children in poverty can't get free school meals. And almost 3/4 of all children in poverty live in a household where someone is in work. But actually in Powys, that figure is even higher, and I'll come to that in a second. So we know that 31% of children are growing up below the poverty line in Wales, but in Powys, that figure is even higher. It's 34.1%. And it's important to note these figures are calculated after housing costs. So they are slightly different to, you'll see different numbers appearing in different places. But the preferred measure from the End Child Poverty Coalition, and it's also used by the Welsh Government, is that we count poverty after the costs of housing have been taken out of the family budget. And that's because everyone needs a house and it's a fixed cost, and a lot of people have no control. And it also helps us understand then how areas where housing costs are very high, and the effect that has on child poverty as well, because most families with children can't move away from the area that they're in. They don't have the luxury of kind of moving to a cheaper area. Their children will be in school and their support networks will be in a particular place. So they just have to kind of accept, high house prices. And I know this has been a particularly pressing issue in Powys. Here we can look at how the rate has been changing over time within Powys. So the number of children in poverty and the percentage, and of course these aren't the same children over time. Some children move into poverty and move out every year, but there is, you know, a very much an upward trend, and then it's just kind of flatlined. It's above the Welsh average, and I think you know, when we talk a little bit about, well, what, you know, can be done about this, or what's driving this rise, I think what really struck me in kind of doing some of the research here is that child poverty is very widespread across Powys. It's everywhere. It's in the most affluent areas and the ones that we traditionally might think of as more deprived. But child poverty in Powys does differ in some quite interesting ways from child poverty in the area I live in, Rhondda and Taff. So a slide with loads of data on it. I'm very sorry, but this is the data for wards in Powys. The most recent data that we have is for 2018-19. Unfortunately, the government no longer publishes the housing cost data set that allow us to make these estimates. So this year we haven't been able to update them. So this is pre-pandemic data, but you can see that, you know, there isn't a single council ward anywhere within the county where the rate is below 1 in 5 children, and the rate is very high in some areas. You know, it's as deprived as the heads of the valleys regions, the areas that we think of as being the most deprived in Wales. You know, the traditionally kind of photographed and spoken about and stereotyped areas of poverty, but it absolutely is everywhere. And this is because the majority of these children will be in families where the parents are in work. It's the in-work poverty rate for Powys is significantly higher than the Welsh average. So, you know, it's not an issue of unemployment, but it's just that the types of jobs and the number of hours that the parents are able to work within the county are absolutely not enough to meet the costs. And I think that, you know, there's a dual pressure on households because the cost of living in a rural economy with low wages is significantly higher than it is for people who are living perhaps in more urban areas. And I know that a lot of you will be very familiar with the kind of issues that families face around heating their homes, around, you know, having to drive just to be able to access public transport, to be able to access basic services, and the scarcity of good quality employment as well. But it, you know, it shows as well that the impact of housing costs, you know, is a real driver here, because if you look at these figures before housing costs, some of them are quite a bit lower, and the rate is pushed up by between 10 and 15% just by the cost of housing alone. So there's quite a bit of news about child food poverty. Marcus Rashford is campaigning again, and he's on the news circuit today, talking about child food poverty. This really shocked me actually when I was researching this presentation, because I work closely with the Trussell Trust, and we do a lot of joint campaigning, and they produce data on the number of food parcels that they give out in their food banks, and this is comparing the number that were given out in the year before the pandemic and then the number given out between April 2020 and March 2021. So you can see that during kind of main COVID pandemic year, the number of emergency food aid parcels that they had to give to children in Powys increased by 197%. The average rise across the whole of Wales was 7%. So while we haven't seen huge rises in, for example, the number of families on universal credit coming through, I think this illustrates that there is something extremely troubling happening in terms of how families are coping with the financial impact of the pandemic. They haven't increased the number of distribution points. There are still 5 distribution points in the county. So sometimes, you know, the numbers can go up because there are more food banks available. And this is just the Trussell Trust as well. So there are other independent food banks and pantries and so on. But I think, you know, it's really startling that the number of children that have needed, this is emergency food aid, these are ration parcels really, you know, and you can't just walk in and get one, you need to be referred. So you would have had to have kind of proven really that you were in crisis, that you run out of money, run out of food. You know, and it's really worrying to me that they'd fed nearly 3,000 children during this period out of quite a small child population, really. So we know from our research that we've got families, in this survey that's it's just been published today, in fact, we're asking families, how are you coping? We talk about household food insecurity or child food poverty, and they'll say we just rely on a few kinds of low-cost foods to feed the children because we've run out of food and we have been unable to get any more. So this was 7.8% of UK families said this in August, and it's something that's been getting worse over the course of the pandemic and is progressively getting worse. And we know within Wales that 42% of children below the poverty line don't qualify for free school meals, and this is new data that we published last week. And it's mostly because they're affected by in-work poverty. So whilst the Welsh Government have been really effective in offering payments and support in lieu to eligible families, there's a very large number of families, and I think this will be disproportionately the case in Powys because most families in poverty are in work. They won't meet the eligibility criteria for free school meals. So anything that tries to address child hunger or child poverty through, for example, the pupil development grant or the provision of free school meals, it won't be targeting all the children in poverty. And what a lot of food banks in Wales are saying is that the families that are coming to them for help are in work and they are not entitled to any other forms of support. And that's why they're so desperate. They haven't been getting this extra help through the pandemic. And of course, the thing that's coming up now as well is that they're about to remove £20 a week or £1,040 a year from universal credit and legacy benefits. So again, apologies for all the data on the slide, but it's just showing really that in Powys, the majority of claimants are, half now have managed to move on to universal credit, but lots of people are still on the old style benefits. In fact, it's one of the last counties to see kind of full rollout of universal credit. So when you hear on the news they're talking about universal credit, you might have residents who come to speak to you, people in your communities who think this isn't going to affect them because they're still on tax credits or ESA. However, that it applies to tax credits as well. So we're expecting a third of households with children to lose £1,000 a year from their budgets starting some will start losing money from the end of this month. And in addition to that, we've still got 2,800 people on furlough, or at least in the last figures we did. So a lot of these households will probably have no jobs to return to and will need to move on to universal credit as well. And what we do know from the research we've been doing is that families who are currently on universal credit, and bearing in mind those food parcel figures come from a time when this was on the higher rate of universal credit, when this cut comes in, about 70% say they're going to struggle to feed themselves and their families without the money that they're getting now. So what can local authorities do? Really, it's very stark, very depressing. We're not predicting that child poverty is going to get any better. And in fact, we're predicting a very difficult winter and into next year for families with children who've typically been hit harder by the pandemic. So we think, that the most effective strategy is actually proactively engage with affected communities, remembering that that people in poverty aren't the same people over time. Talking to people with poverty as well as people who are currently in poverty. And I think for Powys thinking, the term they use in Scotland would be a high cost, low wage economy. So somewhere where the cost of living is higher than average, but wages are lower than average. And the things that we know really help to, reduce poverty are to focus on raising incomes through income maximisation and welfare rights advice, supporting people, particularly mothers or what we might call second earners, to enter work or increase their hours, to support fair pay and see the council, and local authorities as a very large employer that can kind of have quite a lot of influence sometimes within supply chains and things. And then, of course, look at reducing costs. So I'm seeing some really good things in the plans around reducing or removing costs associated with sending children to school, supporting the provision of accessible and affordable childcare to enable people to raise their incomes through work, and to help people with the cost of living. So especially things like housing, council tax, transport and energy costs. and I know we're pressed for time really as well, but we've got, you know, I would say if you want examples of what local authorities can do around key drivers of poverty that are really taking that very strategic approach that's working towards elimination rather than mitigation, there's a legal duty on local authorities and regional health boards in Scotland to produce local child poverty action reports. They're all available online, and they're really good examples in there. Two that I've particularly drawn on here is the South Lanarkshire fantastic strategy. It covers every area in really specific and measurable ways, you know, of increasing income from employment, reducing the cost of living, and increasing income from social security and benefits in kind, and looking at lots of the areas that I think affect residents in Powys as well: fuel poverty, digital exclusion, transport poverty, and low wages. And also Shetland Council, I just wanted to draw on this one as well, because what Shetland have done is they've worked on understanding what the additional costs of living are for people who live in a remote rural part of Scotland. And they're an island community, so you know there are very noticeable differences between the cost of living there compared to, say, Edinburgh or Glasgow. And they use this evidence as part of service planning and delivery. And they also use really creative methods to prioritise the involvement of children, young people and their parents and wider families to design the sort of approaches that they're going to take. And they're quite an ambitious council. One, as I say, they recognise that failing is not a failure as long as we fail quickly and learn from our experiences. So they invest a lot in evaluating the impact and effectiveness of the approaches that they're trying, and particularly involving the people on the receiving end of these policies in helping to assess how effective they've been. So, you know, they've got these fantastic resources which can be used and applied elsewhere, which is, you know, around living well in a high cost economy. And I think that a lot of the economic shape, if you like, of the issues that affect families in Powys can be understood, you know, by some of these more remote and rural areas in Scotland as well, and the creative ways that they're going about addressing child poverty. So I'm going to stop there because I have been talking quite a lot and there's a huge amount of information in there, but I will share these slides and I hope we've still got a bit of time to have some discussion as well. So I'm going to stop sharing there. Thank you.
No, Ellie, thank you. That was a fantastic report. Very difficult to listen to on times, given some of the issues identified in relation to our own population and communities, but really valuable, and I think it will help us as a council. I've had lots of requests for copies of the presentation from people in the call and people watching, so you know it's clearly having an impact. So thank you for agreeing to share the slides. I just want to draw attention to the results of the survey report that's in the agenda pack, and just to highlight from that, we were asking people and organisations questions about poverty in Powys, and just to highlight that, you know, those people who responded think there is an issue with child poverty, that it's got worse, it will get worse, and it's been made worse by the pandemic, but also people thinking that the plans that we've got as a council aren't effectively dealing with those challenges. So there's clearly some work we need to do in relation to that. And just as we get ready to bring colleagues in to ask questions and contribute and have that conversation, I'll invite colleagues to do that by raising their hand. It feels like the right moment really to start this off, to go back to the leader, Councillor Harris, and say, given the report that's been published by the council and given Ellie's really valuable presentation, could you just perhaps talk us through, leader, how you decided the measures in the corporate improvement plan were the right ones to combat child poverty, given what we've read today?
Thank you, Chair, and can I endorse your thanks to Ellie as well? That was a very interesting presentation. You will note, and I should have said earlier, Chairman, that there was a report that's done by our business analytics unit. The report that was attached, I think, to everybody's invitation to today's meeting. And of course, most of the figures in that report, most of the information in there has been drawn out of the corporate improvement plan anyway. And now the corporate improvement plan, of course, it's the vision, it's the same thing, was drawn up in 2017. And obviously it relates to that time. But along the way, we can alter that. We have altered it. This is the whole reason for presenting this to the full council every year, to hear whether we need to adjust these figures or not. And can I say, I mean, without going through absolutely every aspect of the corporate improvement plan, and you will note that in that report that you have received, we have gone through many of the aspects of the report, the improvement plan. Can I just say that poverty for me is not just, certainly poverty in Powys is not just about having enough food on the table or having enough clothing on your back. There's a huge area of poverty of access to services. There's a poverty of access to healthcare for children, which unfortunately not within our remit, but something that we can certainly help with the health board, I'm sure. But there's a poverty of access to specialised services, that sort of thing. But there's also, for rural children, a poverty, and for many town children as well, a poverty of access to after school sort of activities, for holiday type activities. There's a poverty of access in, I'm sure Councillor Joy would agree with this, there's a poverty of fuel within Powys. Heating fuel is expensive. It's expensive to run cars because it's such a big county and there are distances to travel. And also in terms of heating, energy, that sort of thing, most of the properties, the majority of the properties in Powys would be off gas or would be using solid fuel at the moment, which is a concern for the future, you know, when we need to green everything that's going on. There's a poverty of access to transport that we're aware of. There's poor quality public transport. It's a very expensive thing to run, and I'm sure that our director may wish to come in on that, Nigel. Even if you've got a car, it's expensive because of the distances. And then, of course, there's the poverty of digital access. All of these things we are working on, all of these things, but it does take, it does and will take some time. Of course, we are working with the Mid Wales Growth Deal on providing digital access. We're hoping to provide better jobs, good jobs, so that we can keep our young people within the county and develop our businesses. We would like to have a range of higher paid jobs. We're working with, in the south of the county, with the Global Centre for Rail Excellence, hoping to bring in good jobs there. And
Councillor Harris, can I just stop you there? Because the question was explicitly about how you decided on the measures in your corporate improvement plan to tackle poverty, given what we've been presented with today. And I know the broader ambitions, and that's very important, but we've got limited time, so I want to get to the numbers.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. I did address, as far as I was concerned, I had addressed that at the very beginning, when these measures were put in place in 2000.
Yes, and I'm just coming to that because actually what Ellie presented us with was that this has been an issue rising since 2015, which maybe you should have been cited on, given that you set these priorities in 2017, some 2 years later. So can we have a bit of information around that explicitly, please?
I think on the graphs that Ellie did show you, showed that things were improving anyway. Since 2017, that was very marked actually in the graph that Ellie showed us. But I absolutely see this, Chairman. There are areas where we need to improve. And we are working on the corporate improvement plan. We work on it right through the year. We also try and work with the other public bodies through the Public Service Board. We have wellbeing goals to be attained. So we are working on that, but I would hope that this piece of work that you're doing will feed in to the next corporate improvement plan, which we're working on throughout the year, and it will be presented, I think it's July next year. But this is exactly the sort of work that we want to see being done.
Okay, we'll move on from that. I've got Gareth Jones, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I too thank Ellie for such a hard-hitting presentation. I think in the 5 years I've been at council, I've really struggled to remember a presentation that has hit home. I really feel all members, Chair, should be presented with that, and it would be benefit if we had it from a development session. Can I just touch upon, throughout her presentation, she mentioned about free school meals. I find it very alarming that 42% of children don't qualify for these free school meals, and that's something we really need to be looking at. But of the 58% that do qualify, do we know how many of those are actually taking up the free school meals? And she touched upon stigma and that some people are reluctant to take up that due to stigma. Hopefully that now is less due to parent pay, and it's a lot easier for them to take it up. So there's two questions there. Do we know how many of the 58% are taking it up? And is that an exercise that us as a council should be doing to hopefully publicise it? The parent pay now makes it easier for parents to use. Thank you.
Thanks, Gareth. Very good questions. I think there is something in the report about the percentage of those eligible families that don't take up the offer. But Catherine James, who compiled that report for us, Catherine, can you just signpost us to it and remind us of that data? Be grateful if you could. And I don't know whether anybody then would like to respond to Gareth's questions about tackling stigma in the free school meals system. And Gareth, you may want to hold on to those thoughts about eligibility for free school meals when we come to make recommendations and when we conclude this item, because I think you've got a really good point there.
Thank you.
Catherine, are you with us still?
Hello.
Hello, can you signpost us to the data in your report around free school meals and the eligibility and the take-up?
Yeah, has everybody got access to the report?
Yeah, we have, but it'd be helpful if you could just take us there.
Yeah, I'll just find the right page. So we are on page 6.
And can you remind us of the data in the report around free school meals? What does it say?
Sorry, that was educational attainment in terms of free school meal children. So you wanted up.
Councillor Jones's question was around the number of people receiving and the eligible families who are taking it up.
Okay.
Thanks.
Do you want me to come in, Chair?
If you've got the answer, Rosemary, that'd be helpful. Thanks.
Yeah. It's 16% of children and young people who are eligible for free school meals are not taking them up.
That's a high percentage, Chair, and I'm sure as a council we should be working to do whatever we can. It's an easy fix, isn't it? If we can identify these families, show them there is a road to get this, and that it's not, the stigma hopefully won't be as evident to other families for them, because the parent pay hopefully does make it easier and more confidential. So that's to me, that's an easy fix that we can do relatively simply. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And could we just maybe have some narrative around what the council does to ensure that eligible children are getting their free school meals?
Chair, could I perhaps come in here?
If you're able to answer those concerns, yes,
Yeah.
I'd rather hear it from a cabinet member.
Sorry, apologies, I'll wait.
Yeah, do we have the cabinet member for schools with us? No. Councillor Harris, the cabinet member for schools, isn't here. Are you able to talk us through that?
Yeah, well, you will know, Chairman, that when we did some work on free school meals, we started that work in 2016, actually. The catering and cleaning team and the education team worked together, and we worked really proactively with schools, and we did pick up quite a big number then who were eligible for free school meals. There are obviously more, though, and obviously children are changing as time goes by. And I think we do need to go through that exercise again to pick up this 16%. I agree with Gareth. It's something that we could reasonably easily do. Although I think that there probably are a lot of parents out there who realise that they could have free school meals and are a little bit concerned about the confidentiality of it. But there is an assurance that we could give there.
Thanks. There was also in Ellie's presentation around free school meals significant evidence that lots of the children who are in poverty aren't currently eligible. And we want to think about that as we do this debate, because clearly those children will be hungry too. And what maybe the council can do to address that, and whether universal free school meals for all our children might be something that we as a scrutiny committee want to be looking at, about what the costs and the benefits of that could be. So I'll just put that out there while we're talking about free school meals. Gareth, did you want to come back on any of those points?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And can I just ask colleagues who aren't contributing at this moment just to mute their mics? I've got a bit of feedback that's making it difficult to follow on times. Next up then, I've got Rachel Powell, Cabinet Member. Rachel, did you want to add anything on what we're discussing at this stage? Or
no, something new. I just wanted to sort of obviously endorse what people have said in view to Ellie's presentation, but also provide some information to reinforce some of those facts. Is it all right if I continue, Chair?
You can briefly, yeah, but I'd like to hear more from members of the committee. And if you
okay.
And if you could answer specific questions relating to your portfolio, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, that's fine. Just really in view to contact the service, especially during the COVID time, especially in July of this month, we've had an extra 100 people, 100 families contact us. And I just wanted to sort of identify about stigma, stereotype, but also the fact that Ellie said that families often don't realise that they are in poverty. For me, children's services, obviously we've got a really good, with the front door is very much being very well utilised and is increasing in demand for families. But those are the families that are wanting and want to access help and obviously recognise the need for support. For me, the link is with education, but also with the early years as well, which does sort of cross my portfolio. I can leave it there, Councillor Dorrance, but for me, the early years support, I thought that was really interesting, what Ellie said. And we have got Flying Start, as you know, within Powys, but often that is a postcode lottery, which I know someone has commented in the report of your appendix. The other thing I know Ellie was saying about that children, young people need to have a say into what can be done. And that's my only sort of criticism of the data that's been received, is the people that responded to that were over 26, and it's how can we reach those young people who actually, for them the solutions might be a lot more straightforward than what we are thinking, and it's how do we what can we do together to reach those young people to really identify what they want to support them. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. I think that's a fair point on the demographic of the responses in relation to the child poverty survey. You made reference to the appendix. It does also, in the residents have raised, concerns about the raising of the school admission age, and those opportunities then for childcare, childcare being a big issue in the responses, access to affordable childcare. So that's perhaps something for you to take away. Councillor Joy Jones.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd also like to thank Ellie. That was a fantastic report. I was really pleased to hear that she picked up on Lanarkshire. I was fortunate enough to go to a conference there a few years ago, and the work that council is doing is absolutely amazing. It really highlighted things that we could do in Powys. We did bring back quite a lot of the information at the time. I worked with Greg, who was an officer that worked with me on poverty. I'm afraid Greg has moved on to other things, and I no longer have an officer that works with me on poverty, and haven't for quite a long time. But poverty in Powys is huge. Poverty in the area is, as Ellie has pointed out, is massive, but it tends to be many of the hardworking families that are extremely hit. Those are the families that aren't getting the rebates for council tax, then of course they don't get the free school meals and they don't get the help with the school uniforms. Many families that I speak to have of young people, young children going to school, need school uniforms, but the cost of school uniforms is extortionate, and they actually can't afford to buy full school uniforms, and really struggle. And this also, everything that Ellie said about it affecting their well-being, their self-esteem, all those things are really affected because very often they've had to have second-hand uniforms, things like that, and they feel that they're being left out where other children have perhaps been able to get the full uniform and be able to, you know, brand new. So those are things that we really do need to pick up on. But again, it comes back to families that aren't entitled to free school meals. So many children are not entitled to free school meals, but yet the parents can't afford them. So there is a massive gap in the low incomes that we've got. There's many people on that don't have their jobs don't provide the same amount of money each week, so their income doesn't pick up, and fill the gaps. Furlough, we're going to see massive amount of problems. I already know of families that as furlough is ending, there is no jobs to go back to. And again, this is not just the fact that there's little money, it's the fact that their confidence has been hit, their self-esteem has been hit, the feeling of self-worth. You know, if you haven't got that feeling of self-worth, it's very difficult to move on. And I work with many people in these situations. As for the food bank figures, that really shows a picture, but that only shows a tiny percentage of the picture, because the amount of food parcels that are being given out that I personally have been able to be involved in dealing with through the Rapid Relief team that have very kindly donated a huge amount of food parcels, and we gave most of those out to hardworking families, people that were in poverty that nobody was seeing, that was struggling. But you've got the Salvation Army, so you've got and churches that actually provide food banks that are not in those figures, and they give out, I can't even tell you, it's a tremendous amount. I mean, the figures, it just blows your mind, to be honest, when you see the figures that are going out. Christmas time, we give out the food parcels. You know, it's not just food. What about Christmas presents? We don't want children to be separate to other people. You know, there's all these things, you know, we see there's period poverty, there's lots of things, all those affect children, because if the mum and the parents can't get those things into the household, it affects the children's well-being. And the same with heating, and of course we've got at the moment, because of children haven't been able to attend school in the same way, we've got internet problems where people haven't been able to afford to necessarily be able to get the internet. Now, I know there's been different ways of helping people, some people, but there has been families, again, working families, and maybe two people working, but still can't afford the extra computer or the extra ink needed. And I've had people approach me because they've not been able to provide the ink when the school has wanted them to produce a piece of work, and for the child to be shown to the school, handed into the school in paper form. Now, that has been quite detrimental to one or two different families I've worked with. So there's so many things I could go on and on, because I could just pick up on everything that Ellie has said, and and I'm so grateful that she's brought that. And years ago we did things in Paris where we did work very hard with Greg and Caroline to produce things to bring to cabinet, and the cabinet would recognise the role of the anti-poverty champion and at least listen to what work we were doing. That, I'm afraid, hasn't happened in a very long time. So, you know, I just feel that Powys is letting down residents in our community. I can speak about the residents that I work with and the organisations I work with, and there's a tremendous, huge, much more than anybody probably sees on the outside. It's people try to cover up, and they do cover up, and families do cover up. And I would just like to say, just because a family walks around and their children have got the latest phone or the latest whatever, you don't know why that family has got those things. And very often people either get them as gifts, or they will go out of their way to make sure their child has got the latest gadget, so that they do not show that they are in poverty, to try and cover up and disguise what is going on. And it's heartbreaking to hear people criticize when people try very, very hard to hide what is going on in their lives, because that is where their self-worth, their confidence and their well-being is they're trying to keep above the line of water. So thank you very much.
No, thanks, Joy, and thanks for sharing those sort of real lived experiences, really. Joy, you're our Tackling Poverty champion for the council. You're not a member of the cabinet, but I'd just like to ask you really what your assessment of the corporate improvement plan measures are around this field of work and tackling poverty, and whether you think they're effective or not. And if you don't think they're effective, what would you like to see changed in those to be able to tackle poverty for the people in the county? And once you've helped us with that, we'll go on. Then we've got Aled Davis, David Selby, and Jackie Charlton who'll be coming in next. But Joy, just back to you on those points really. What's your thoughts?
Thank you, Matthew. I feel that it's very little help comes out of that. I do feel that it does help. There are some measures there that are going to relieve some of the poverty issues, but I don't think that very often we see how deep this is, because again, that's tackling poverty on a level. It's not getting to the ones that are really, really struggling, which are the ones that are hardworking, because we're okay that we make sure that people that have got that are on benefits and that are entitled to reductions, and we always work towards that. And so, but we're not necessarily picking up the ones that are on that line above that. And I think that very often, that those are put together, but they're put together by officers. They never spoke, they never worked with us and some of the groups that deal with poverty and really see what happens on the ground, to ask what we're feeling about it and what's happening in our communities. And I think really we need to look at each community in Powys and see how that's been affected, and maybe make sure that things are put into place faster, not just in the long term, because in the long term, that's too long. What about that person that's fallen off the rails today? I don't think that quite answered your question, Matthew, but I haven't got it in front of me and I can't go through it right now. But I hope that just gives you a little bit of indication. I just feel we need to address things faster than always in reports that are a long way ahead.
So, so what I'm taking from what you're saying, Joy, and correct me if I've not got this right, but there needs to be a closer alignment really between the corporate improvement plan and your work as the tackling poverty champion, but also more targeted and timely resources to be able to deal with the causes of poverty. Is that what you're saying?
Thank you, Matthew. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much. That puts it perfect. Thank you.
That's really helpful for us, Joy, to hear that in Scrutiny. So we're grateful to you for sharing that contribution. Thank you very much. Aled Davis, Deputy Leader of the Council, you're next.
Thank you, Matthew. Can I extend my thanks to Ellie as well? We see these issues in our communities on a daily basis, and it, quite.
Alid, I'm sorry, I've lost you. You've frozen and your audio has stopped.
Frankly, the Philly has delivered.
Oh, Alid, I've lost you again. I don't know what it's like for other colleagues, but I think you're having some technical difficulties. So Win, if you could mute
Can you still
Alid.
hear me?
No, I can hear you now. You've caught up, but I lost your contribution. I'm sorry. Do you want to go again?
Yeah, no, I was just saying that many families with children in the households are living around that poverty line within Powys. You saw that figure. Most local areas are around the 24%-ish, around the quarter of the households. Some areas clearly higher than that, and one or two areas slightly lower. And as a household with my own personal household, I'm pretty certain we fluctuate around that line that you have seen today. But as a council, we are proactive. We have one of the few councils with money advice offices, and we cross-reference with schools. And when you see people struggling to top up their parent pay, we try and dig behind some of that information as well to make sure we're trying to reach out and be proactive to try and reach those families that are struggling. And our corporate improvement plan is driven by data, the understanding of the needs of the council. So, poverty is one of those key issues that drives our corporate improvement plan as well. I think we have pretty good, and as Ellie said, we are pretty good at analysing the challenges we face as a council. So that it is key. The Cabinet presented Welsh Government with a report 2-3 years ago about the financial challenges we face as a council. Perhaps we did not centre enough on the child poverty issues that this council faces. So maybe we should have focused on that a little bit more when we wrote that report to present to Welsh Government about the challenges rural areas face. And as Ellie and others have touched on, it is accessibility to those services, which is key issue as well. I would have liked to heard from Nina about the threshold that you have to cross to have free school meals. I'm not 100% sure what it is at the moment, but there's a clear line that the income of the household has to fall below before you can have that access to free school meals. And we are, just to re-emphasize, we are proactive around trying to support our families, especially those with children. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alid, and good to hear that from you really that there needs to be a greater recognition of the scale of child poverty in Powys, particularly when having conversations with external stakeholders like Welsh Government. So that's important for us all to be a learning organisation in that respect. You are the Cabinet Member for Finance too, Alid, and just want to really just focus on that for a moment as you've had the floor, and whether or not you think we could be doing more as a council to target our budget resources to tackling the causes of child poverty, to really be able to drive this down.
We can always do more, but clearly resources dictate what we can do relatively compared to our income levels. It's probably one of the highest in Wales compared to your ability to pay the council tax. We do have discounts, etc., for single person households, that sort of thing, of over £30 million annually. So it is important. Much of our funding comes from Welsh Government, 70% and 30% from council tax. And it is a key aspect, is affordability of council tax. And I do consider that quite carefully, but at the same time, we have to balance off the need to deliver essential services. We've been on an improvement journey through children's services, adult social services, and we're
You've frozen again.
clearly
Alan.
on education. All these clearly impact on child to money raised through council tax, but I'm sure we could always do better and improve what we deliver.
And just on that, and
Thank you,
doing
Matthew.
that, no, thank you, Aled. I got the vast majority of that. I think you did break up ever so slightly, but just on that, doing better. It is about the prioritization of resources, isn't it? Because we can only raise a certain amount, and the RSG, the support grant from Welsh Government, is what it is. But it's about priorities, I guess, isn't it? So in doing better, maybe there's some learning, and I welcome your thoughts and reflections on this in terms of, we know that children have been hardest hit, some of the hardest hit people by, say, the COVID pandemic. Yet we made a choice as a council to put money into repairing potholes rather than tackling child poverty, and just wonder, given what we've heard today, whether we think those are the appropriate choices and the right ones, given the challenges that we face. And of course, the lifelong impacts that poverty can have on people.
Yeah, absolutely, Matthew. And key to child poverty is the strength of the economy. It is extremely important that we have a robust economy here in Mid Wales. Our economy is made up a much bigger element of self-employed people running their own businesses, and we must try and support those businesses. And the infrastructure is key to that. We've had mention of the broadband network, but our road network is a key factor within that. I know Welsh Government have promised to have support public transport, to have an hourly service to every village throughout Wales. That is a key issue as well, around accessibility and allowing people to travel to work in an affordable way. And public transport is key to that. So we have to work closely with other agencies, Welsh Government, UK governments, and we're clearly through our growth deal focusing on trying to deliver better quality jobs. And by that I mean more highly paid jobs to enable people to be raised out of poverty. And Ellie was clear in that the transitory nature of those families. They move through cycles within their lifetime of having extremely difficult times, and then coming out to the other side as well, so they can have a better lifestyle and a better support mechanism for their children. So it's not a static. It's really fluctuates as you go through, as a family goes through their years. Yeah. Thank you, Matthew.
No, thank you. And clearly we've got to do more to create well-paid jobs with good terms and conditions. That comes through very strongly in the consultation. The public thinks the council should be doing more on that. And we clearly need a strong economy. And despite all of those things that you're telling us, we still have the lowest GVA in Wales. So I think, we would all accept that more needs to be done there. I'm going to bring in David Selby at this point. David.
Thank you, Chair. And again, my thanks to Ellie for her presentation. More than anything, I feel embarrassed as a result of listening to it. All of us have some responsibility as councillors for ensuring that Powys does well throughout all of this. And it's about concentration on a problem and issues and how we resolve them. And I think the contrast is, and I'm not knocking much that's in the corporate improvement plan, but it is mostly long-term planning. Curing the housing crisis absolutely needs to happen, but building new houses takes 3-4 years with the planning processes and everything that we need to go through. And what I'd like to just draw out is the contrast between this council's very good response to the COVID crisis that we were faced with, and how we dealt with that, how we tackled it, how we worked with the voluntary sector very successfully to help our residents and help the county of Powys in so many ways. and the problem that is partly COVID related is brought out both in our own reporting and with the Child Poverty Action Group's reporting, that COVID has emphasised the issues that we already face. The increase in universal, those claiming universal credit is awful and appalling in our county, and we can't immediately do anything about the amount of money there, but we can carry on concentrating on the emergency. Rachel, as a cabinet member, quite rightly pointed out about children, that children cross over, the response to dealing with children crosses across education and social services. So what I would say very much is that we need to find action groups in certain areas to tackle those. We must get out of our silos. Apologies for the phone. And put together working groups that are, in the same way as we did with COVID, tackling the issues in front of us. And that's something that Cabinet could lead on now. And I'm sure with much support from all of us on this call and all councillors. Why don't we have a Cabinet member responsible for looking at this particular problem? Why don't we have action groups that were brought together in COVID of officers to deal with those issues? And also working with the voluntary sector. Joy's mentioned some of the response that she's aware of. Newtown is still delivering over 150 hot meals a week due to the through the network that was created during the COVID response times. Why? Because the problems have not gone away, the issues have not gone away, and these reports show that the work that we've been doing on COVID need to continue to tackle this particular issue in our county.
Thanks, David. That's really helpful. Does anybody from the Cabinet want to respond to any of the points that David's raised, or is there anything that Ellie would like to say in response to that? Councillor Powell. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Davis-Selby. Yes, you are right. There is that transition for me. It's the early years. There's often a lot of focus on early years with families, and that for me is one of the greatest opportunities to offer additional support to families. And it's for me, having some sort of insight, it's the transition then to education, where some of that support actually is stepped back. But I just need to emphasise that we're not just part of this equation. For me, health have a huge a part to play in this, as does public health. Health visitors, school nurses, health visitors especially, can have that very unique relationship with families where they can open up, and finance and support is discussed. And a lot of sort of those more private aspects of family living are discussed during assessments. And it's how can we support families and also link closer with health to sort of have a greater understanding about what families' needs are, and then how can that be linked with education. So for me, it is very much a universal wraparound, which is reflective of the No Wrong Door document of the Children's Commissioner. So we need to open doors throughout all the organisations, and we need to work closely together to support families. But it's other responsibilities as well. Excuse me, I'm full up with cold. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rachel. Ellie, would you like to come in at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really interesting listening to everyone's contributions, and I think there's, the strong awareness, obviously, of those kind of challenges facing families. Councillor Jones' point about actually consulting with communities is really important. We know that the most effective child poverty strategies are ones that are co-produced with the communities that they're intended for, and children's voices within that as well. So not just thinking about what to do to their parents, but thinking about the specific, what poverty feels like for children. So there are methods that can be used, and one that we are currently carrying out an research project in Wales is called poverty proofing. So this is where we're specifically looking at schools, and it's about taking whole system or whole institution approaches to reducing the kind of the stigma, the difficulties that poverty causes by speaking directly to children and young people and their families about where those problems come from. And it can be quite hard if you've never experienced poverty to really actually know sometimes where the difficulties lie. But by using a very sort of sensitive and age appropriate process, you can actually carry out focus groups and speak to affected communities, and then develop ways of delivering services that lessen the kind of the social relational pain of poverty. So it might not always necessarily lead to more money in people's pockets directly, and this is where it can be difficult in strategies because you can't necessarily quantify the impact in the same way. But in the medium to longer term, in terms of that kind of well-being of future generations thinking, if you like, it does then lead to people feeling less stigmatized, so they're more likely to access entitlements and things like that. So we do have a lot of resources available for schools and public bodies who'd be interested in using that approach, and it's just something to kind of put out there. But particularly around the issue of free school meals, and the reason I included it in the presentation is because we're very concerned about what really actually is destitution. So it's beyond poverty, it's where people don't have enough to eat. The costs in terms of other like children's services, social services, costs of health as a public health issue of families not being able to have adequate diets is really severe. So, thinking about things like getting everyone free school meals, thinking about what you can do creatively, because the eligibility criteria in Wales are very tight. We have the tightest means testing in the UK for free school meals. So we can create ways of getting, even if it's not the school dinners themselves, but obviously more nutritious food to families and maximising incomes. So, we'd be very happy to support with that in terms of examples of how other local authorities have gone about it.
That's helpful, thanks. And any offer of support, I think, would be welcomed by both Scrutiny and the Cabinet, actually. Councillor Harris, you're next. I think you'd like to respond to some of the points.
I would like to come in, but I'm concerned that Councillor Charlton has been waiting quite a long time, Chair. I'm happy for her to go first.
Are you wanting to respond to some of the questions that have already been answered? So it may be best just to clear that up before we move on, if that's okay.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Rachel made the point that I made earlier, that the determinants of poverty are not entirely within our remit, although there is a great deal that we can do. I wanted to pick up the point that I think Councillor David said. I think you were suggesting that there should be a cabinet member for poverty. I actually don't think that, although I'm open to suggestions. I think it's such a cross-cutting issue that it has to be right across all portfolios. But I was going to make a suggestion that, and I was going to say it at the end of the meeting, but perhaps I'll say it now. We keep referring to the corporate improvement plan, and yes, we should, because that's the plan for the services that we provide for the council. It's the vision for the council, and yes, it is long term. It's up to 2025. But I just wonder that we haven't got all members here this morning by a very long way. Should we, between now and when we present the next corporate improvement plan for review, have some sort of member seminar where we can talk about all the things that we are doing, because they're not all included in this report that you've got. That's largely a report of facts and figures lifted from the corporate improvement plan. But as you heard from Councillor Alid, we are doing a great deal in terms of money advice and various forms of help. I just wonder whether we could have some sort of a seminar where we present a package of what we are doing, and the members have the opportunity to say, well, you should be doing more in this area, more in that area. If we do that sometime over the next few months, I'm very aware that we've got an election coming up in May, next May anyway, and usually there wouldn't be a review of the corporate improvement plan until July next year. But I think if we're really going to get something going, it's going to have to be done fairly quickly. And I also think, Chair, while I'm speaking, there's quite a lot that can be done through the Public Service Board as well. We have health on the Public Service Board. We do now these days have the DWP on there as well, and we have the police and all the major bodies that you would expect. And I think there's more work that we can do there. At the moment, we're drawing up the next wellbeing plan. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you for that. That is helpful. And of course, the member development agenda would be done through the Democratic Services Committee, and I'm sure that there would be scope to do that. I also think that what we've heard from Ellie would benefit all members of council and officers too, given that your comments around it being cross-portfolio, for example, and I hope that we will invite Ellie's work to come back to full council to inform us there too. You did just touch on the wellbeing plans, Councillor Harris, and I'm sorry, Jackie, I'm going to keep you waiting slightly longer if that's okay, because I know that Emma Palmer, who's head of transformation, is on the call, and officers obviously here to help provide technical support and guidance to us. And Emma's asked if she could just come in. I'm sorry, the DPD man's at the door and the dog has sussed him out, so bear with me. Emma is here to give us that help and guidance, and Emma's asked if she can just make some comments on the wellbeing plan and population assessments. So Emma, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll keep it very brief. So just to inform everybody that we are in the process of collating all the updated information to inform the next iteration of the wellbeing and population assessment. So some of the facts and figures that you've seen today will be included within that overarching assessment. I just wanted to share with you in respect of what we do with that. We will make sure that we undertake extensive engagement with all stakeholders, partners and the public. I think actually I've made a note around how we engage with children. I'll take that back to the team because there was an important point that Councillor Powell raised earlier. It's the findings of that assessment that will inform the next corporate improvement plan and will give us the opportunity, as the leader has just said, in respect of the new administration for next year. However, we do have the means by which in the interim we and maybe through the process that the leader has just suggested through maybe a members seminar session, we do have the opportunity to look at some quick wins, as we would refer to them. So what can we do in the here and now? What can we amend before we go through the next democratic process? So I just wanted to give the commitment around the extensive engagement. It will commence in around October, November time. So once we've got the facts and figures on a wider basis, they will then be used to engage with the public, and then we will present our final findings to the new administration to inform future plans. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Emma. That's really helpful. And if we can try and align that work programme with the scrutiny work programmes for future, that would be really helpful too. So thank you. Councillor Charlton, Jackie, thank you for your patience. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm not going to put my camera on because I have got some internet connection problems this morning, so I'll leave that off. And I too would like to thank Ellie for this presentation. And nobody's actually thanked you yet, Matthew, because without your intervention here, I don't think we would have this report, which is incredibly important. And I think it raises the fact that we haven't really focused on this before because we were always under the assumption that because the unemployment figure is so low in Powys, that everything's okay. And in fact, it isn't. And as has been mentioned, that the gross value added is very low in Powys. It's not the lowest in Powys, it's the lowest in the UK, which exposes us, I think, to the issues that we've related here this morning, and what Ellie has very, very well related to us as well, is that this is a hidden problem in Powys, and it is time that we expose this. So thank you, Matthew, for making sure that we are able to expose this and expose it publicly. And, you know, perhaps that's what's going to help the issues of stigma, because it does seem that stigma is a big problem. It is a big issue here that people aren't coming forward because, one, they're in work and they don't feel it's necessary for them to come forward. And two, the stigma that does result from people who do ask for free school meals or who do go to food banks, etc. And I think if I just leave it here is just that we can see from the figures that Ellie's given us today on the food banks that we're actually in crisis on child poverty. We're not just in crisis in child poverty, we're probably in crisis on poverty as a whole in Powys. And it is an urgent issue. And I do think that we need to look at this definitely as an urgent issue in the way that Councillor Selby said, is this is a similar crisis to the COVID crisis. It is important and it is something that we need to deal with now. I'm not really aware that anything that I've heard from any of the cabinet members so far really brings us to the point of that crisis. And I'm glad that Emma was able to say that there are things that we can do to look at this before any changes in the corporate improvement plan, which is a long-term thing. So I would be really interested again to see how we can link in through this scrutiny to keep the toes of the cabinet members to the fire, which I'm sure they're very pleased for us to do, to make sure that we can actually address these issues, which are a crisis. So I thank you for letting me come in now, and I didn't mind waiting at all.
No problem. Thanks, Jackie. I think that's a useful contribution. And it struck me there as you were talking about, you know, we've not really given enough focus to this issue in the council. And I take on board the leader's comments about, you know, being cross-cutting, but I just wonder, when this issue becomes everybody's responsibility, nobody's really focusing on it and the day-to-day in dealing with it. And that you know, how the cabinet is structured is a matter entirely for the leader, but I just ask that she reflect on that and think about making it somebody's ultimate responsibility to deal with it, so that she as the leader can hold people to account for how we're tackling child poverty. But does anybody want to respond to any of the observations made by Councillor Charlton? Okay, we will move on then. Joy Jones.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to come back. I just wanted to pick up on working with young people and children. I think there's a great deal of work that does still need to go around that. The children and young people's voice is extremely important. They're the ones that see, and very often are the ones that will tell you what is going on when the parents can't feel they can't. Young people really do struggle, and we have a tremendous youth service that I will just pick up on, that have been working through the pandemic when they've been allowed to, and prior to this, because obviously these problems were a huge issue in our county prior to the pandemic also. And our youth services work with many young people, and I can say thankfully in Newtown they go out into the community and walk around the play areas and work in the play areas to listen to the voices of some of the young people that come along and are able to tell them how they're struggling at the moment. But as we know, we've taken away a lot of our youth clubs, which used to attract many young people, especially those in need. And I can say that, again, we were fortunate in Newtown, we had a small youth club that was still able to run, and there are one or two in the county, but in a lot of our towns and places where there's deprivation and need, those have been removed. And those are the kind of places where, you know, young people were able to go that couldn't afford to go to the expensive clubs and things that made them feel part of the community. So it's a shame that we've lost that sort of thing. That also would have helped social services, because young people were able to go there and relay some of the issues and problems that were going on. But very often when we're looking at poverty in Powys, we seem to look at the people that we've already got in our system as a county council, rather than all of the county, where we've got people that are hidden. It's the hidden poverty that we're not seeing. You know, I'm not saying that we don't help people that we know about and we try to bring, but there's so many, the depth of the hidden poverty is, I would say, it's massive compared to those that we are tackling poverty with now. So I think we really do need to look at different ways that we're able to work with what is hidden, and the families that we're not actually getting to. And those, again, I go back to, are the hard-working families. But it's not it's not just that. And I'd like to just thank Jackie for bringing it up, because it's not just child poverty. It's all over. It's all over the whole of Powys. People are struggling. People that are single. The amount of people I've spoken to, single people that are struggling because they are in poverty, because again they don't get extra resources and many things. And of course, this pandemic has now caused so much problems with people's businesses, but they're still just slightly over the threshold of being able. So they may be a business owner, but they've lost so much that and their money is tied up, and they cannot get. So now they've been thrown into poverty. The amount of people that are struggling, the amount of people that have had to go without just the essentials. The amount of stories I've heard of people deciding whether they put food on the table for their child and didn't eat themselves, or put some heating on in the home, was dreadful. And those are real, genuine, 100% stories that I hear. I heard those through the pandemic, but I also can tell you that I hear those prior to the pandemic. You know, we need to look at housing, because the amount of people that are living in properties that are not fit to live in. Now, those, I'm not talking about council properties. Those are because we now as a council tell people, because of the shortage of houses, to go into the private sector. The houses that I go into, to see the damp and the inadequate heating and the issues that families are living in, which of course again affects the children. Or maybe that it's a single flat, but some of it is unbelievable. And the fight to try and get that resolved is too difficult, because if you're feeling that you're not being listened to, and that's how people feel, that they're not being listened to. And just one last thing I would just like to say, yes, we do need to work with people that are in poverty and listen to what they say. And it's been said that very often they don't feel or even know that they actually are under the poverty line. But the problem is, very often they're not listened to. They come out to speak, and they speak to somebody and they get put down, and they don't know where to go. So I think we need to get better signposting, make it clear to people what poverty is, make it clear the sort of help that can be provided, make it clear it's not a disgrace to be able to ask for help, because if we could get past that, that would help a lot, and it would help the council to judge what support we need to put into place to get to resolve the issue that we've got with poverty. So I'm sorry to go on again, Chair, but I just felt I really needed to highlight, you know, the stigma and the isolation that people feel when they're struggling, and being able to tell people how difficult things are, and not be made to feel that they're inadequate. And because they're £1 over being allowed to get a free school meal, perhaps we should look at something, because we are too strict. It's not fair. There's too many just going without. So thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you, Joy. And you don't ever need to apologise for caring or wanting to make the world a better place. Your contribution is valuable and very, very welcome. So thanks for bringing that to our virtual table today. Colleagues, there are a couple of people still wishing to speak, and we've been going on this agenda item for some time, and it is a really important issue that we're discussing. So here's what I propose to do. We'll take the remainder speakers, and then after this agenda item, we'll take a short comfort break, because we have two further items to discuss. So we'll go now to Councillor Kath Roberts-Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. I too won't put my screen on, because I think it's probably easier for us not to. It's really heartbreaking to listen to all of this, isn't it? And almost what can you say? I don't know. But I'd like just to follow on from what Councillor Harris said about perhaps having a seminar, because I think all of this needs a much wider audience. It really is, it touches every ward in Powys, as has been said. And I also think that we need, as members and cabinet, to look as to where we will get the finance from to do some of the work that we desperately need to do in this county. We always know that we're bottom of the pile from Welsh Government, or nearly always bottom of the pile from Welsh Government on our settlements. So where, please, is this money going to come from? Because we need to look at the budgets and everything else in every other department to know where we will be able to finance this from. And that's my biggest worry, I think. Not that we don't need to do it, and we really, really do need to do it. It's just the how and the where the money is going to come from. Are Welsh Government going to help us with this, as we are so low, as our poverty level is so poor, whatever you want to call it? I'd like to see where I can't remember, perhaps I missed it, but where do we fit within the whole of Wales? Are we bottom of the pile for this sort of poverty or not? And we do need help from somewhere. And as I say, my plea is, where is the money going to come from? Thank you.
No, thank you, Kath. It is an important conversation that needs to be had, and we don't like talking about money, do we? But
no, we don't. That's the big issue, isn't it?
Yeah. Because
everybody wants everything. Everybody wants their potholes filled, and we hear that that screaming from the public day in, day out. And you know, we as councillors get all these wants from the public, but we have to find a way as to how we can prioritise what we really need to be doing and what is the most important for our public.
Yeah, and there is definitely, I think, following this conversation, I sincerely hope following this conversation, there will be a will to have a fresh look at prioritisation and what we think is important to spend our resources on in order to tackle poverty. I think that must happen. That's my view. But it will involve us working with other agencies. Kath, you've talked about Welsh Government. There's the UK government. There's the third sector, which we already rely on heavily to fill the holes in the state. But also the NHS and other partners too, because we've all got a stake in it. And whilst we can't solve everything as a council, we do have access to a lot of the resources and the levers ourselves.
Well, maybe it needs to be bigger than just a council thing. Perhaps we ought to have some sort of a conference to try and pull all the other agencies together as well as the council.
I think, you know, some sort of summit around tackling poverty would be welcomed. Yeah. There was a question that was raised, I think, when Joy was talking about housing. Councillor McIntosh is with us, the cabinet member for housing. I'd like to bring him in at this point, just because Joy was talking about housing costs and quality, particularly in the private rented sector. But we've certainly got issues around our own stock in terms of retrofitting to cut costs and make them more affordable to live in. Ian, if possible, would you be able to just comment on those issues around the private sector and the social rented sector, and what you think maybe the challenges and opportunities would be there for helping to tackle child poverty?
Yes, thank you, Chair. You have to excuse me, but I've been in and out of the meeting a little bit because I've been in two meetings at the same time, so I may have missed some of the bits. But as far as housing goes, I mean, you're probably already all aware that we're well on the way to building 250 new houses at the moment, and we've got ambitions to go further than that as well. Some of it's been scuppered at least for the short term by this phosphates issue that's rumbling along and on really. We're working, you know, all the time with other partners as well, our housing authorities and so on. And I think, as has been made aware by others in the meeting, there's an awful lot going on actually with, you know, with us trying to deal with child poverty that's perhaps not on the table in front of everybody this morning. I think we've got Nina on the call as well, so I don't know if Nina wants to come in with any further information on that. Are you there, Nina?
Yes, morning. Thank you, Chair. Yes, there's a lot of work happening, and Councillor Ian's spoken briefly about the new build programme. Obviously, these are very high spec properties that we're building. We're building in technology, for example, that will help our residents have lower utility and heating bills in the future, which is very important. We're also looking at what we can do with our existing stock to see if we can, retrofit across our existing stock as well, because that would be important to help existing residents to bring down their costs and their bills as well. In terms of the private rented sector, we're also we're working on the integrated business plan at the moment. One of the actions that we're putting forward is to increase the level of work that we're doing about bringing empty properties back into use. So therefore increasing the housing stock in terms of the private, what has been in the private sector as well, if we can look to bring more of those properties back into use. So across housing, private sector, and in our own housing stock, we're looking to do what we can. And as a senior management team, we're now embedding poverty and looking at that across the whole service to see what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I'm pleased to hear that tackling poverty has been embedded into your service area. Could
I just one little thing I just wanted to come back on as well, which was mentioned earlier, and I think the point was raised by somebody that we should have a separate cabinet member to deal with this. And I think I would 100% agree with what the leader said in that this does basically encompass all different portfolios. I think we should all be responsible for it to a certain extent anyway.
Okay. Nina, as I was saying, it's good to hear that it's been embedded as a priority within your service area. Given that your service area aligns with the work of this committee, I'd be interested to see some of that come back to us and reported to us so that we can have sight of it and help add value to the work that you're trying to do. Yeah, okay, thanks. And I think that we've dealt with the issue of cabinets. That's a matter for the leader, but it's just an observation from this committee, Councillor McIntosh, and members are encouraged to make those. There aren't any more speakers lined up at this stage, and we've had a really good discussion about this. Ellie, I just wondered whether you wanted to comment on our debate and maybe help us focus on some recommendations and priorities for the future.
Yeah, so I think a really important point was made in the level of funding that's available for addressing poverty in local government. And one of the issues that an area like Powys will face is that a lot of the funding allocations around child poverty that come through the sort of the core revenue grants will use free school meals as a proxy for child poverty. And I've discussed why actually, particularly in recent years, it's not a great measure, and it's not a great measure if you're a local authority who have a lot of families affected by in-work poverty, which is the vast majority, a disproportionately high amount of families in Powys, because if a family earns over £7,400 a year, they're not eligible for free school meals in Wales. So this then means that you have lots of families who are in poverty, but you won't be getting additional funding for your schools and also, in other types of the settlement as well. So there is a conversation there, I think, and there are other conversations ongoing within Welsh Government about expanding eligibility criteria for free school meals, which then may lead to more consequential funding. Because the more, if that continues to be used as a metric to kind of, say approximately this is how bad child poverty is in your area, then we really need to be making sure that all the children in poverty at least are being captured within that metric. And we are working with the Anti-Poverty Coalition. I'm actually going to a meeting with Welsh Government this afternoon on this issue. But I think the thing to emphasise as well is that as well as spending money, things like building houses and providing free transport and all of these things, there are cost neutral things that can be done as well, particularly around the process of poverty proofing, the way that services are delivered. Lots of the changes that can be made in the way that all kinds of services are made accessible, more effective for people in poverty don't necessarily have to cost money. So that alone shouldn't be a barrier to taking action. but I think, there are a lot of strengths, obviously, in terms of, there seems to be a good understanding that action is needed, and that, there are obviously things being addressed in housing, but they will benefit a very, very small number of the overall families in poverty. And sometimes it's about things that are available, to the whole community. And I was going to ask, can we have an example of such action? So, for example, you can make sure that every school in your local authority is adhering to the statutory guidance from the Welsh Government around school uniform affordability. So this is an issue that I just deal with a huge amount of queries from families and from the media and other people. The cost can be over £1,000 a year for families to send their children to school just in the clothes, because they stipulate uniform can only be bought from a particular supplier. Now, there's no reason at all why this should be happening. In fact, there's guidance to say that it shouldn't be happening, but it still does happen. So, there's no reason at all why families should be expected to spend more money that they don't have on things that aren't really necessary. The poverty proofing principle, to a large extent, also looks at all the ways that things like schools ask families for money, and a lot of the time it is for things that aren't actually necessary for delivering the curriculum, and can cause real feelings of kind of stigma and exclusion for families who can't afford to participate. So, there are things like how you go about fundraising in schools. So simple things like, rather than saying everyone needs to bring money in to pay to participate in a particular activity, just having online donations. A lot of schools have tried this through the pandemic. It's anonymous, no one knows whether you've contributed or not. If you can afford to, you just send some money via PayPal. For everyone else, if you can't afford it, you just don't have to pay in. And these are all real small changes, to be honest. We're talking about really kind of, bread and butter service delivery things, but they do make a real difference to families. And they can, when you add up all of these savings, all these costs over a year, it can be, thousands of pounds. So driving uptake, again, money advice, there's obviously the cost of having good welfare rights advisors, but thinking about making those links, with third sector providers and providing information, looking at kind of models. There's a really effective model in Swansea around local area coordination, where they have staff who are really embedded in communities, and they act as a kind of one-stop shop that helps people then access specialist services. It's easier in big cities, but in rural areas, as I say, some of the examples in the reports that I've highlighted from South Lanarkshire and the sort of Shetlands, where they're facing similar challenges sometimes with having small remote communities with relatively little infrastructure. There are still ways you can connect to mobile library services and things like that, and provide services that way. A lot of the time, the council has a lot of assets. The schools in particular, they'll tend to be one of the social institutions that all families use, with a few exceptions. But thinking about how you can use your pre-existing services, your pre-existing assets, your existing links with families, and maximise welfare rights advice and things through the things that you've already got, rather than setting up new things or spending money on hiring premises and so on. It's just about being really effective with the resources that you already have. So sometimes it's a case of thinking creatively, I suppose, as well. And I appreciate that it's economically a very, very tough time, and it's likely to continue to be difficult in terms of funding the core services that you need to, but this is also preventative work, because there's an absolute link between the depth and extent of poverty and the number of children who need to be cared for by the local authority, and the enormous expense related to that, and then the kind of costs around social care, treating the illnesses that come from poverty. It is, you're investing to save money in the longer term as well. But yeah, I'll stop there, because I know we've been going on. I bet everyone's desperate for a cup of tea. But thank you so much for having me along. It's been really great to listen to everyone's contributions. Thank you, Chair.
No, Ellie, thank you. It's really good to hear it, and your expertise from your professional work that you bring to this discussion is really valuable for us as elected members and a council team. So thank you. Before we move to discuss recommendations or what we do next after this discussion, Councillor Harris, as leader of the council, is there anything you'd like to add in closing this agenda item?
Sorry, Chair, it takes a while to unmute.
Sure.
There's nothing I want to add other than the fact that a number of the Cabinet members have been here this morning and we've all listened. And of course, I have suggested that we have some sort of a seminar. You called it a summit. Maybe that would be better, and we could have maybe one or two outside speakers from the other bodies who have some influence over child poverty could come along as well. But no, thank you for inviting us to be a part of this today. And again, thanks to Ellie. It's been a very useful morning. I hope that the members found the report that was done by our own unit quite interesting as well. Now, we had the Corporate Improvement Plan annual review in July, which is only a couple of months ago. None of these comments were made on that day. So I think it's really important that during the year now we do look at what we would like to see there. And obviously, I'm not entirely sure, Chair, and perhaps you can let us know, is this going to be an ongoing piece of work, or is this it? You know, are you expecting us to feed in more to this report? Because I'm sure that there is more that we can feed in. But thank you very much anyway for this morning. It's been very useful.
No, thank you all really for participating and listening. I think it's going to have to be an ongoing piece of work, really, until we address the issues. So you know, it may never cease, really. But of course, scrutiny of the corporate improvement plan and the cabinet work will always continue. And you're absolutely right. These issues didn't come out when we had the corporate improvement plan for review at full council, because we just didn't know the scale of the issue. And it wasn't until officers from Emma's team in transformation and who deal with all the council data for us actually went away and picked at this that we really saw the scale of the problem. But you know, whilst we've got a problem, it is really important to recognise the work that's gone in and weeks and weeks of work that's been done between scrutiny officers, myself, and that team in pulling these reports together and making sure that they're saying highlighting the issues that we talk to today. That report is superb. The quality of that council report is fantastic, and I think it shows some of our learning and development as a council, Rosemary, and we've come a long way since some of the regulatory reports early on in this term, and that's really important to acknowledge good practice as well. And that report will certainly help the council. I know that officers have already said that it's going to inform wellbeing plans, and that it will of course be considered in future corporate improvement plans. So that's fantastic and a really good example of scrutiny adding value. But that can't be the end of this. We need to do more as scrutiny in order to influence and drive change too. So we'd like us to focus on recommendations and the next steps. Jackie, I can see your hand is up. Is there something you'd like to add or suggest in relation to this?
I just wanted to make sure that we've got an opportunity after we've had our break to go through that report, because so far we haven't really given any recommendations on the report that we've got in front of us. We've just used Ellie's wonderful presentation. So I'm hoping we've still got time to do that after we've had our break.
Well, Jackie, after we've had the break, we're going to move on to the other agenda items. So we're dealing with this agenda item now, and we won't break until we've done that. Otherwise, I think we will be here pretty much all day. And while we've been having the debate, members could have referred to the council report. It was part of that agenda item, not a separate agenda item. So if there's anything you want to say on that, I think now you need to do it, really.
Could I refer to that report then quickly before?
Yes, please.
Because I did actually prepare myself to make some points on that report. I won't go over things that have already been said, but I do think it's important that we do find a way, and Councillor Harris has given us this opportunity to be able to scrutinise what comes back to us. I'd like to know how that's going to happen. and how we want to go forward with this, because there is a danger that we've had these wonderful reports, we go away and we forget about it, and we're not actually doing what we need to do, which is to scrutinise what's happening as a matter of urgency, which I think everybody here is this morning who has spoken has said this is a crisis that needs to be dealt with now, not next May or next July or whenever the corporate improvement plan comes again. So I'd like to know how we will be able to achieve that, and could we get some kind of feedback on how that will happen?
Yes, of course. That's a really important point. I can see that Emma Palmer's raised her hand. Emma's team are providing support and resource to Scrutiny now, Jackie. So right on cue, Emma, please.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jackie. Yes, the report that's been provided today will actually form part of the wellbeing and population assessment, and there'll be a section contained within there. The wellbeing population assessment, there will be a separate session with all members to go through that. I think I've just got to confirm the date with Clive Pinney and the leader. The intention is to do that this autumn, so it's imminent. It'll be back on the table fairly swiftly. As I said, we've just got to conclude the wider element, because this forms part of the overall assessment, so would not be seen in isolation. There is the opportunity, as well as the leaders referred to, and Councillor Dorrance as the chair, in respect of a seminar where we can bring this back to the table, and this could be part of the resources that are made available to the wider members, maybe along with Ellie's presentation today for that wider understanding, and the offer from the leader of the additional information that is available around what the council is doing, and then maybe there's the opportunity for members to contribute also around what we could do locally, because I know we have been engaged with the town and community councils already on this matter as well.
That's great, thank you. Could I also ask that we keep an eye on the food banks too, because this is one area. I mean, we're not getting the information we need from free school meals, but that figure on the food bank was so shocking that I don't know where that comes, whether it comes through this committee. I think it does it, Matthew? Whether we can actually make sure that we find a way of bringing that into the assessment as well, because that does seem to me, especially as Ellie said, we haven't had an increase in the number of food banks. We've had an increase in the number of people who are using the food banks that we've already got, which is what made, for me, was the most shocking part of that particular feedback.
Yeah, that's right, Jackie, and we can't lose sight of that. Thank you. Alid.
Thank you, Matthew. I'm just slightly concerned that there have been comments about what are we going to do immediately. Clearly, things can be put in place, but it's a long-term issue. Household incomes is a long-term issue. It's intergenerational. We have, and education plays a key role within that. So it's not something you can flick a switch and turn it off. And that's, it lacks understanding if people think that can be done. Clearly, there are indicators, as has been said, that shows that the system is under pressure, and we have to try and respond to that. But it's not a matter of flicking switches. It's about doing what we are doing already, but possibly doing it better. And it's not something that we can deal with within months. It is something that as a council we have been dealing with, and we will continue to deal with it going forward. Clearly, there's some important issues raised today, but it's not a Powys issue alone. It's a UK economy and Welsh government issue, and we have been at the bottom of the league from the funding from Welsh government for a very long time, and it will take a long time to alter that. It's important that we must understand that we do not want people to stay within that lowest quintile. I'm trying to get words around instead of quartile, quintile. In that lowest quintile, it's a moving situation. We do not want people to stay in that lowest quintile for a day longer than necessary. But there will always be that lowest quintile when it comes to household income or poverty levels within a society. So thank you, Matthew.
No, thank you, Alid. Thanks very much. So while we've been having the debate and we've been listening to speakers and presenters, I've been jotting down some of the issues that committee members have raised explicitly as potential recommendations and future focus. So I'll just go through those and hopefully, Wyn, you'll be able to capture some of those. And if they're agreed by committee, of course, we can follow up to make sure that they're documented. And I think, firstly, we as a committee can ask the council to convene a tackling poverty or child poverty summit with external organisations and partners to start some of this work and broader conversation with others. As a recommendation, are committee members happy with that? I'll go by silence as a yes. Okay. And with that, we can ask that we develop a co-produced child poverty strategy. I picked that up from something that Ellie was talking about, and that feels like where we should be going and trying to put a strategy in place. Yeah. Any views? Everyone okay with that? Great. I've written down as well about the measures of the corporate improvement plan. There are measures that talk about opportunities, but there isn't an explicit one about tackling child poverty. Should we be asking that a future corporate improvement plan actually has a measure on tackling child poverty? Take the silence that people agree.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We can ask the leader if committee members agree to consider tasking a cabinet member explicitly with the responsibility for tackling child poverty. It's a matter for her, but we can ask. Any dissenting views on that? Okay, there's work to do around free school meals eligibility and maybe costs of a universal system for Powys children, given that so many children in poverty don't qualify, and some lobbying work around changing national policy perhaps to ensure that more children in poverty can qualify. Everybody content with that? That was following Gareth Jones's question.
Can I just say one thing, Matthew? It's Jeremy.
Hello, Jeremy.
I don't think you can have someone just basically for child poverty. I think if you're going to have a portfolio holder, you'd have to have a portfolio holder look at poverty, because family poverty leads to child poverty. And I think they're too interlinked to be separated. That's all I was going to say. Thank you.
That's okay. Thanks. That's helpful. Thanks. I'm happy to accept that. Thank you. And then there was a conversation about which the leader raised around access poverty, and I think that's a very important point in a county like Powys is. And then there was a discussion around community buildings and how perhaps we could use schools to deliver more services that can have positive impact for children. So we can capture that in a recommendation that we develop within our strategy. Use of community schools and community buildings for additional things, like, for example, can the schools provide childcare after hours? Not the teaching staff, but the building be used for that. And along with that, then we need to seek assurance that actually that all our schools in Powys are complying with the Welsh Government guidance on the school uniform code. As recommendations, are people happy with those? And are there any others that they would like to add? Okay, thank you. And I think we should revisit this and we'll work out a timetable on that, but I don't want to leave it drag too long. Certainly within maybe 6 months, get some progress updates back to this committee for assurance. Is that okay? Great. Okay, I'll take the silence as agreement. Ellie, you'll be leaving us at this point, I know. Thank you very much for all your work and support today. Really valuable. I hope that we can draw on your expertise again, because I hope this is a start of a journey for this council. And certainly we will want to have further discussion and advice from you in time to come.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you're very welcome. Please do keep in touch. I've popped a PDF of the slides into the chat, but I'll also email them to Wyn as well, so they can be distributed. And yeah, please do let me know what's going to happen next and if we can help in any way. Okay, diolch.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's about 12:20. Can we break and come back for 12:30? We still have 2 items to do. So we'll come back here 12:30, just to let you know that we can't stop the meeting and the recording. So can you please mute your mics and turn your cameras off until the meeting resumes? Wynne, are you able to put a note on the screen to say that we're taking a break?
Yes, Chair, I'll do something now.
Thanks very much. Okay, see you all at 12:30.
Do you want to know if we're all back, Councillor Matthew?
I feel like the school teacher. Okay, folks, welcome back. And make it 12:30, so we will get back into our agenda. We've had a good debate this morning around child poverty, but we're moving on now to leadership and apprenticeships. Members will have, and available on the council website, is the agenda pack with the presentation attached to that. Members of the committee did meet last week to be briefed on the agenda, so we are cited on the presentation. Councillor Bainham, this falls within your portfolio, so we'll give you a moment to introduce this and draw out any of the main points that you think that scrutiny should be focused on, and then we can go to the debate if that's all right.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Matthew. Just sort of to introduce myself to everyone, those of you that are watching at home. So I'm Councillor Beverly Bainham. I'm the Cabinet Member for Corporate Governance and Regulatory Services, and I took over that role on the 1st of June this year. I don't think there's any need for me to read. My intention was to do a bit of a longer presentation actually and read through several of the slides, but I appreciate it's 12:30 and we have another fairly interesting agenda item after this, but I'll just tease out some important bits if that's okay. I'm also joined, just to let you know, by Paul Bradshaw, who's head of workforce, and Lynn Griffin, the professional lead. So between us, we can hopefully answer any questions that you may have, and I'm sure that's probably more beneficial because in the supplementary agenda there was a pack regarding the leadership program and apprenticeships that we're currently offering, and it was just sort of an insight really. Very briefly, there's quite a large range of apprenticeships and leadership program we offer. That does range from the Institute of Leadership and Management, so it's ILM, so there's quite a lot of anagrams in this, so I will try my best to tease out those that you may not have understood fully as you went through the presentation on paper. So yes, the ILM, Institute of Leadership and Management, we offer several courses ranging from level 2 right up to level 7, and once you get past level 5, that is actually degree level leadership program. So it's really intense learning for members of staff, so it's a really good program. And to note, staff members do not have to be employed as apprentices to undertake an apprenticeship programme, so they can be existing members of staff that wish to progress their career and take forward further learning. So that's a good point to note, really. The apprenticeship frameworks are free at the point of delivery, so there's no cost to the authority, no cost to the learner, and we get funding then that covers the cost of the training, so that's very good. Just trying to tease out a few of the important bits, save me reading through every slide. So I think this is quite important. So since January 2020, for members' information, we have advertised 18 apprenticeship positions, and 6 of those are advertised in the past month, 4 in HDR and 2 in social care. We currently have a total of 15 apprentices and 15 career graded apprentices in post. 162 Powys staff are currently undertaking apprenticeship training programs to enable upskilling and personal development. So I'm sure you all agree that's a very interesting number. Other opportunities are the Kickstart placements. These haven't perhaps progressed, and this is something that Scrutiny may be interested in. These haven't progressed perhaps as much as we would have liked at present. It is a new government initiative, and they are Kickstart programs specifically for people that are on universal credits. That's actually links back to our previous item, doesn't it, really? So they're specifically for people on universal credit, but you have to be 16 to 24. And I think there's not that many 16 to 24-year-olds that out there that perhaps are claiming universal credit and can access the scheme. It is a government scheme, and we are still endeavouring to work with other stakeholders such as the Health Board to encourage and see if we can find some more Kickstart placements. We did offer, or we have got 19 available, and currently we've only had one referral from the Department of Work and Pensions. So that's something that perhaps we could look at to see how we can improve on that. I'm sure you're all familiar with what an apprenticeship is, so I don't need to labour on it. And anyway, if you're not, please just ask a question shortly. Just for information, the minimum wage for an apprentice currently is $4.35 an hour, but we do pay staff that are training obviously more than that. It depends which scheme you're on, but the minimum for a young apprentice is $4.35 an hour. There are many benefits of being employed as an apprentice, which I'm sure you don't need me to labour a little bit about. And I'll just read you the list that we currently are offering, and I'll move on to our where we are now, our current position. But possible apprenticeships that we currently can offer are business admin, supporting teaching and learning in schools, learning support, ICT, facilities management, advice and guidance, engineering, highways, and street lighting. So there's quite a variance of opportunities available there for people. Just for information, really, the majority of fixed term apprenticeships do lead to permanent positions in the council. So I think that's something that perhaps Scrutiny will be interested in. Managers do see all apprenticeships as being valuable in growing our own, particularly in relation to succession planning. So we don't want to invest time and money in people and developing them and progressing their career really for someone else to take advantage. So the majority of our apprenticeships do stay and gain permanent employment. So that's something that's very important, I think, to Scrutiny and to the council as a whole. I will just tell you where we are currently, and that's a bit of a whistle stop, I know, but I will tell you where we are currently. So our target objectives on our performance management data. So by March 2024, the council will employ a further 27 apprentices, a part of a new programme due to commence during 21-22. The measure is cumulative, but the 21-22 target is 10, and the Q1 target is 2.5. But to date, Q1 progress, which obviously was on the 30th of June for the first quarter of this financial year, we have actually 6 new apprentices have been appointed in Q1. We have 17 apprentices and 16 career graded apprentices, and a total of 165 staff on apprenticeship programs, with 3 of these being on degree level programs. So I think that was something that Scrutiny may be interested in. And also, having introduced the leadership management development programs from levels 2 to 7 in 2020-21, we are aiming to encourage 40 learners to start the programs this year. The measure is cumulative, but the annual target for learners was 40, and that breaks down to 20 learners in target 2, 10 in 3, and 10 in 4. Q1 progress to date is 3. So obviously that is falling a little bit short of Q1, but 3 members of staff have completed the level 3 training with the MPTC, which is Neath Port Talbot colleges, during Q1. And there is a new cohort of learners in all levels to commence in September. So there will be an improvement in Q2. Level 5 and level 7 are out for tender, which we anticipate will commence in September. And I do believe that the level 5 and level 7, some of those have been awarded to the University of South Wales currently. So I'm sorry that's a bit of a whistle stop, but it's probably easier for you to ask questions, and Paul and Lynn are here also if I'm unable to answer them. But is that okay, Chair? It's a bit of a whistle stop tour, sorry, but it's probably easier for you.
Listen, that's absolutely fine, Councillor Bainham. Thank you. And I can see Lynn Griffin and Paul Bradshaw on screen. So, Croeso, welcome to both of you. It's good to see you both. We'll go to questions then. We've got Jeremy Pugh first.
Thank you, Chair. There's one thing I take a little bit of with you, Bev, is it says apprenticeships. Upskilling is not apprenticeships. If you actually look at the definition of it, apprenticeship is a system for training the new generation of practitioners, and it gives a false and misleading end product. And I think this needs to be altered so it actually shows what we're doing for apprenticeships. And I fully support your apprenticeship schemes, but that doesn't quite give us that outcome. Can you see what I mean by that?
I do. I think that's a fair comment. They are apprenticeships where, yeah, I think it's probably a mistimed word, really. But
well, apprenticeship are the buzzword at the moment, so everyone wants to add it in to make it look good, but it doesn't represent the end product properly. That's all I was going to say on that one.
Thank you, Councillor Jeremy.
And then a couple other things. When we have apprenticeships, when we have major builders come in, like IGEA and stuff like that, we put all these things in and we ask people then to run these apprenticeship schemes. But in my experience, I've looked into them, no one ever monitors them. No one ever sees if they're delivered. Have we ever any evidence to support that they're actually nothing more than shifted paperworks and words put on a piece of paper, which is any good, no good to no one?
I will bring Paul and Lynn in there because I'm not going to answer in case I tell you the wrong thing, Councillor Jeremy, but I think it's a very valid point. So, Paul, do you want to confirm?
Yeah, I mean, on Councillor Pugh's first point, I obviously understand where he's coming from. And, you know, and I see an apprentice as being somebody that comes in to have a learning experience for a year, 2 years, 3 years with the council, and in some cases placed in a post, and a lot of cases appointed into that post later. So I'm with Councillor Pugh to that extent. But the government does also provide money for what it calls apprentices for training within the job. And it'd be remiss of the council not to kind of take up that opportunity. And I can't say the figure that we bring in, but it's certainly been 6 figures. We bring in a lot of money through the Welsh Government's apprenticeship programme to train people currently in the job. So take his point in that, in one sense, you can view them as not being apprentices, but in another sense, the Welsh Government believes they are, and they provide a lot of money for it. So we make good use of that. On the second point, I think it's probably best to bring Lynn in just to talk about what kind of monitoring and support is in place to support apprentices through the kind of lifetime of the council. So I'll defer to Lynn, please.
Yes, we contract with, we have to contract with Welsh Government approved training providers. And in that process, once an apprentice has been appointed and has been signed up to programme, the line manager then will have a 3-way meeting with the training provider, and they have to meet, the training provider has to meet with the line manager and the apprentice every 60 days, every 60 to 90 days, and therefore there is monitoring going on. Our support officer, Mark James, he also keeps in touch with the training provider, and we monitor then the delivery, and if there are any issues, then we raise that with the training provider on a regular basis.
Can I say, I think you're missing my point, sorry. Where I'm looking at is when we have large organisations that come in and work within Powys, part of their build remit is in the bet when they fill all the paperwork in that they're going to provide apprenticeships for young people.
Okay, yeah.
And in my opinion, it doesn't happen. It's just a paper exercise, and it's belittling for young people not to get what they should have. Yet these people come in because they can fill the paperwork out and put rubbish down. They get the jobs, and it precludes local people.
Yeah, actually, we looked into this, and Welsh Government's definition of local is Wales. Therefore, if you have a large, say, construction company that comes into Powys as part of the procurement process, if they bring apprentices with them, then they tick the box.
That's fantastic.
It might not necessarily.
Give me evidence for that. Jeremy, can you let the officer answer, please? You will have the opportunity to respond, but we need to hear the answer.
I apologise.
It's okay. Yes. So we have tried to sort of say, okay, we need to, you know, allow sort of Powys young people to have these opportunities. But in terms of sort of Welsh Government definition, then if a contractor, say from Newport, would come to work in Brecon, and he's got apprentices already working for him, then according to Welsh Government definition, it ticks the box. They've got apprentices
So
because
would we
they're
able to
local, which is Welsh.
Oh, right. Would we be able to get some details of, say, Welshpool School when that was being built, of apprentices that were bought there and the gear? So we got some idea of what's going on. Houses being built in Brecon at the moment. Could we get an idea of how many apprentices are actually working there, so that we know actually that it is delivering what that's out to do?
Yeah, I can go back to procurement and see what's been sort of put into the contracts.
I've asked with procurement and they failed to provide me with that evidence in the past, just to let you know. I don't hope this is through a procurement region, not one yourselves. But the one thing I will go back to is with Paul is upskilling is not apprenticeships, if you look at the definition, and it doesn't give the right opinion when we're trying to get apprenticeships into Powys. If they may give the money because of that, and I understand that the Welsh Government might want to put it that way, because they need to make sure that everything is looking rosy when it isn't. What I'm saying is we need to know what our apprentices, the young people just starting out on their journey into the workplace, and that is an apprenticeship. Upskilling is upskilling. And if we could record it in that way, we'd have a clear, concise understanding of what's going on. I'm not arguing how you do it, but if we could have that understanding, please. Thank you.
Yeah, and we do actually present our figures on that basis. We actually identify those employed as apprentices, the young people, and those then we separately report when we do produce reports on those that are following apprenticeship programs and are deemed by Welsh Government as apprentices as upskilling then. So we do split that.
Thanks. And we've
Can
also
I come back, Matthew. Sorry, it says 162 staff are undertaking apprenticeship training to enable upskilling. This is in the report. That's not apprenticeships.
It is apprenticeship because they're following apprenticeship programs.
Well, again, could I have
They're not employed as apprentices, but they are following apprenticeship programs, Welsh Government apprenticeship programs. And that's not, sort of, we do try and split that to show members that we actually have employed X number of apprentices, but then staff who are, because we pay the apprenticeship levy, it demonstrates how we can claim back the money that we've actually paid out in levy. So that's why we sort of record those figures as well. And I think it's important.
I think, Chairman, if it helps, I think what we're saying is Councillor Pugh's right in that there's a pure apprentice and there's an employee that undertakes an apprenticeship funded programme from Welsh Government. And I think officers of the council, we need to report both, and we need to report them clearly and distinctly. And that's what we're doing. So we do separate it out. There's 15 apprentices on government programmes, 15 on career graded programmes, and 100 and odd on kind of internal training programmes funded by Welsh Government. So we are reporting all three lines. We are reporting distinctly and separately. And it'd be remiss of us not to, Chairman.
That's helpful, thanks. And I think we probably need to move on from this particular point. But we've also got the performance data that we requested following our committee briefing that wasn't in the original paper pack. So you can see where we're at in terms of the corporate improvement plan in terms of leadership and apprenticeships for the council. So that's it too. But Jeremy, your point, I thought, was that Lynn said that she could get you the data that you wanted around the apprenticeships created in relation to some of the capital programme work around housing development in Brecon, which is now complete. You asked for a Gaia and Welshpool School. But I just wonder, Lynn, whether you could also break that down by the person's postcode, given that what you were saying about Welsh Government defined Wales as local, and clearly that adds value to the Welsh economy. What we're interested in here is in how many people in Powys are getting all-age apprenticeships. So I don't know if that's possible, and I don't know, Jeremy, whether that would help you further, but it would be interesting to see it.
I think it would depend on what data procurement ask for.
Okay. Can we find that out?
Yep.
And can we log that as an action win? And if it turns out that procurement don't ask for that data, maybe we might want to suggest that they do in future. Okay, Jeremy, did you want to come back? Is there any further points? Jeremy, are you there?
Sorry, what I was going to say is, can you have data that shows the difference between upskilling and apprenticeships, just so that we know where the apprenticeships are going within Powys, and upskilling when someone's employed is a total different skill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I thought I saw the leader's hand, but she's disappeared off my screen. So we'll go to Councillor Charlton. Jackie?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's just getting the little icon thing up and running. Anyway, yeah, my question is very similar in a way to Jeremy's, but on a different subject area, which is about monitoring and how you're recording apprenticeships. Just for the record, one of the reasons why I'm asking this question is apprenticeships is often seen as a very gender specific thing. It's, you know, it's in our unconscious bias. Apprenticeships have always been those things for skills. So in perhaps building and electronics and mechanics and that kind of thing, when in fact apprenticeships cover a huge array of different skills. So one of the things that I was going to ask is, can you tell me where I might be able to find, and sorry, I haven't got my camera working, but it's affecting my internet connection, but can you tell me where I might be able to find figures on the gender split? So how many women are taking, or young women, girls are taking up apprenticeships, and how many boys, young men are taking up apprenticeships? So that's one area, because I haven't been able to find that, and it doesn't seem to be in the corporate improvement plan objectives anywhere either. And the other area, which is very heavily linked to this, and it's something which I do bring up on more than one occasion, I brought this up, in measuring the amount of people, the amount of young people coming into apprenticeships who've got disabilities, because we're not very good at measuring that on our employment figures, and what Powys is doing to encourage and employ people with disabilities. We don't seem to be able to measure that at the moment, although I understand there will be a measure. But I'm assuming that the same thing applies to apprenticeships. You're not measuring at the moment, but can you assure me that this will be measured?
Councillor Bainham.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have to my hands actually how many the gender split really. I guess it won't be too difficult to find out, because we can look, but I don't have that figure to my hand. So if that's okay, we can look and inform you via email afterwards, if that's okay. And likewise for disabilities, I need to check with Lynn, do we actually record whether people have a disability? Are we recording this currently? I'm not sure we are we?
We recruit in the same way as we do for normal staff. So they complete that section of the process. So unless they disclose to us, then I wouldn't know. But
we can check.
We can do anyway, and I can definitely check. Yeah.
If that's okay.
Can I just give you a reason why I think this is so important, Lynn? And to Paul as well, is that we are supposed to be increasing the number of people that we employ directly in Powys who've got disabilities. And if we're not measuring that, how can we comply with our own objectives? So that's one of the points which I think is really, really important. And also, I don't know whether we are involved in any of the kite marks. Now there's a new kite mark, and for the life of me, I can't remember what it's called now, which is quite stringent on developing work placements for people with disabilities. And I absolutely agree with you, Lynn, that unless somebody puts down whether they've got a disability or not, you're not going to be able to measure it. But we do have to be an open and transparent authority and employer to make sure that people are happy and content and feel confident to actually tell you what their disability is. And we all know that sharing a disability, if it's a mental health issue, is incredibly hard to share on a tick box. So I wonder whether, we could proactively look at apprenticeships specifically to see how we are encouraging people with disabilities and what support we're giving them, and what we're doing to overcome reasonable adjustments to make sure that they can undertake those apprenticeships. And there is a final question as well, which I quickly want to ask, if that's okay, Chair. If somebody undertakes an apprenticeship, do you have a contract with them? So when they come to the end of their apprenticeships, your expectation is that they will remain within the employee of the authority, but if they go somewhere else, that there is a payback for the support and the money that's been in, or the investment of time and resources that has been put into that training program for them. Because if you go for a degree and you get support, financial support from the authority, we do ask, if you leave the authority within a certain amount of time, that you pay back that money that you've had from them. So I just wondered, but I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing. I'm just wondering if that's what happens with apprenticeships as well.
Thank you, Jackie. I will go to Councillor Bainham for a response, but before I do, can I just ask that we think about some of the language that we're using and try not to refer to non-disabled members of staff as normal staff. Just think about that while we're in this session, please, and live to our values and behaviours. Thank you. Councillor Bainham.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I've had a train of thought then and it's just completely thrown me then. Sorry, Councillor Matthew. Yes, do you know what? I've just lost my complete train of thought, so I apologise when you mentioned what you did then. Just
that's okay. Jackie, do you want to just very briefly
just refresh that question very quickly, because I had an answer for you in my head and it's just gone.
Well, I don't think you can answer the one on contracts, because I'm not expecting
contracts. Sorry, yes, it was contract, and I was going to say it depends which apprenticeship scheme you're on. So it depends. There are no correct me if I'm wrong, but the apprenticeship scheme, you're not guaranteed a job at the end. If you sign up as an apprenticeship, like Councillor Jeremy was mentioning earlier, apprenticeship, in the way that we see apprenticeships, are young people gaining apprenticeship, normally generally last 2 years, but they can vary in length. But so if we think of a 17-year-old that doesn't wish to go to college anymore, signs up an apprenticeship, it lasts for 2 years, then effectively at the end of the 2 years their apprenticeship is finished, but we would like to think that they've shown qualities, and we would offer them a job, but it's not guaranteed. So in that scenario, they would finish their apprenticeship, and most of the time, and hopefully be 9 times out of 10, they would be offered a term of employment, and they would take up a full-time position or even a part-time position, but a permanent position within the authority. So in that respect, in answer to the funding for the apprenticeship scheme, they're not then, we've effectively used their skills for the 2 years or term, whatever it may be, so they wouldn't be expected at that point to pay anything back, because they're on a scheme. That is the scheme. It's at no cost to them. So it is slightly different with degree schemes, and it is slightly different with staff, but I think if we look at the apprenticeship in general, that is the answer. But maybe Paul wants to add something that I missed a little bit. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, Councillor Bainham, I mean, your answer there is bang on. The council doesn't have any kind of restricted covenant on paying the money back. So there's no requirements to pay it back for the very reasons Councillor Bainham said. I'm just going to go back to previous comments as well, and I was thinking, if you go back into the history of apprentices in the 1970s, there were kind of indentured apprentices leading to employment. A lot of those posts were craft workers occupied by men. My experience of apprenticeships in the last kind of 20 years has been the more kind of general admin, and it's a whole range of jobs, including health and social care. And for that reason, there's been a shift in the last 20 years to a kind of mix of men and women. If I can only say this anecdotally, if not more women than men. So we'll pull out the stats. We'll have a look. I think it'll show a reasonable balance between the sexes. And we will have a look too at the question around disability. Just re-emphasise one thing Lynn said, and it is just it's a shame in a way that only 50% of our employees fill in the equalities data when they start with the council. We can't compel them to, and we don't compel them to. And we have asked actually 2 or 3 times in the last 12 months for the staff that haven't, if they could kindly fill it in. But I think we're still around about 50%. So we don't have a lot of data. What we are doing this year is we're analysing, particularly the pay data, but I think some other HR matters against the different kind of, trying to think of the phrase, the different, I struggle with this word actually, the different characteristics of staff, and that'll obviously include disability as one of them. So we're doing a piece of work now in the background to fully analyse certainly the pay of people with different characteristics, just to make sure that it's kind of equitable. And where it's not, you know, we'll be looking at if there's anything we can do as a employer to help address that. But yeah, but Councillor Bainham was perfectly right just before. Thanks.
Okay, that's very reassuring. Thank you. And I will keep on repeating my my issue around monitoring people with disabilities that work in our authorities, because I'm hoping that by me keep on repeating it, it actually makes it easier for others to actually tick that box in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Much appreciated. Councillor Bainham, when you opened, you talked about some of the challenges and I guess an underperformance in relation to the Kickstart scheme. There's clearly opportunities there to help people in our communities, albeit short term. I just wondered what more we can do, because disappointing referrals from Department of Work and Pensions, given the number of vacancies advertised. The time limit window is small, isn't it, in order to deliver the scheme. I just wonder, you know, what more the council can do to try and promote this. I'm sure it's advertised in Job Centre Plus, for example.
Yes, it is.
But how do we drive up the referrals in from DWP? How can we signpost people and make sure that you know, the people who fit that age bracket are able to benefit from the opportunity?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Matthew. I think it's a really good point. It's something that I've been thinking about quite a bit, actually, this last week or two when we started having discussions about the Kickstart. I think one of the issues is that the young people have to be claiming universal credit. Now, a lot of young people that are just finished university are still reliant on their parents and living at home, and there seems to be a bit of a stigma about claiming universal credit at 21 or whatever they might be. So I think that's causing a problem, but that obviously is something that we need to look at and we need to overcome, how we get around the issue, because those are the rules for the Kickstart program. So I think perhaps we have advertised and it is constantly situations vacant via the Kickstart scheme at the DWP, but I think perhaps we could look at working with Workways and part of the regen team perhaps, and look at that and see if we can identify people ourselves, and perhaps we need to go back to DWP and have a conversation and see if we can push our programs forward and make sure that they are speaking to people. You know, that's something that we can do very simply and within the, you know, almost immediately, really, couldn't we? So I think that's something that we should do, actually, see if we can make sure.
Thank you for that. It does feel as if there's a bit of a comms and engagement issue with this scheme and our sort of management of it. And I accept it's not all down to us, because there are external partners like the DWP, for example, that you've talked about. But I wasn't aware, for example, of the vacancies that we had.
Okay.
But what fields of the council they were in. And, you know, I think if members don't know, perhaps the public won't know. And I just wonder whether we're, you know, communicating with our communities about this. So, you know, are we using TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram to advertise these opportunities, because they seem like, to me, places that are obvious to advertise these things. And
I think, yeah,
what you're telling us in terms of the performance, but what I want to see is how we're going to solve that.
Yes, I think that's a really good point, actually, Councillor Matthew, and something that we can do this afternoon. You know, let's get these vacancies pushed around on social media, and I know yourself and other members, we all share posts that are put out by the authority, so let's have a push and give that another go. I do understand that I think the number of young people unemployed in Paris is, you know, we're sort of fishing from a small pool, for want of a better word, but let's give it let's give it a really good another push and see what we can do, because they are good opportunities for young people, and they're also good opportunities for us as an authority. Without being cynical, we're getting people to work for us for 6 months, effectively for free, really. The government are paying their wages, so it's beneficial to us as an authority and also to the young person, and there may be a position that becomes available that they can apply for, you know, once the 6 months are up, because we do have some positions available within the council at the moment that we haven't filled. So yeah, let's give it a good another push, and I take on board that. That's a valid point. So thank you, Councillor Matthew. We'll get on that now this afternoon.
Lovely, thanks. If you can keep us in the loop on how the scheme works out in terms of the council, that would be helpful. I have another question around the leadership and apprenticeship scheme in terms of the council and its future. How closely aligned are the opportunities that are being created through that with our own succession planning and horizon scanning? So, you know, are we equipping our own workforce, growing our own for the future, so that we've got the next batch of chief executives and directors coming through the ranks of this council?
Yeah, I'm not sure we've got the next batch of chief execs at this precise moment, but certainly middle managers going on to senior managers, certainly, Councillor Matthew. I mean, level 5 leadership management is a huge undertaking, but level 7, you know, it's a serious qualification, and people that are getting a level 7, you know, have been to university for 3 years. So it's a serious undertaking. So these members of staff that are able to take this commitment on, because it's a huge commitment, they're doing this alongside their day-to-day work, which, you know, they've got to be applauded for, really. It's a big piece of work. And we are certainly enabling those people to move forward into more senior positions. And I hope, I personally, I think it's working, and we will see the fruition of it in a couple of years. Because obviously it will take time. It's progression. At the moment, we're working with EMT to develop a development program for SLT. So hopefully, as the months progress, and then people will work their way through these programs in the next 2 to 3, 4 years, even some of them are, that I think it is a longer term aim, but you will see things, members of staff progress. I believe we will. I think it's working quite well, actually.
I can't see any colleagues' hands up in the
so I had my hand up if nobody else is there to speak.
Yeah, I am going to bring you in, but I'm just making a plea really to councillors to put their hands up so I can bring them in for questions, and then we'll come to you, Paul. So, Paul.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, this year, the thing that's changed with the leadership programme is that there's a wider range of opportunities to undertake leadership training. And what we've done is, if you look at slide 2 in the presentation, you can go from ILM 2 to 3, 4, 5 and 7, and that's a more complete range. And for me, that gives kind of greater flexibility to somebody in a career path, or somebody maybe with kind of care responsibilities outside of work, so people can step off and step on to suit their own kind of lifestyles and their own career kind of aspirations. And if you look at slide 4, there's all kinds of additional things we offer to support people on the kind of the management and leadership journey. And what we've distinctly done as well is ILM 2, and one of the courses on slide 4 is about management. So people think about leadership and the theory of leadership. We need to recognise you need to actually be able to manage people as well, and there's some core building blocks of management. So I think we made it more comprehensive and flexible for different people with different needs. But the other thing we're doing this year is we've been workforce planning now for 3 years. This is the 3rd round of workforce planning. And to be honest, the council probably did it in the years gone past as well. But this year, as we're going into the service management team, we're asking the question: how can the kind of our opportunities help you succession plan people through the organisation? So there's a conversation about succession planning. What is it we in HR do to support you, and what are your plans? And I hope this year we obviously get a better kind of group of service and a kind of corporate plan more around that as well, Councillor.
That's helpful, thanks. And we'll bring Cath Roberts-Jones in a moment. But just on that sort of learning and opportunity, really, I know that actually I recognise trade unions, Unite, Unison and GMB, that they're great places to offer training, development and opportunities for career progression. How do we work with those recognised trade unions to ensure that the lifelong learning opportunities that they're offering their members are aligned with actually the organisational needs?
Yeah, and there's not been a discussion actually in the last year or so, possibly because of the pandemic and possibly because the unions are being busy as well, I'm not being involved in a distinct discussion, but I remember 2 years ago, the unions can draw funding through nationally. There's a phrase for it, escapes me, Chairman, but there's some national funding that's available from them, and it supports basic kind of skills, particularly around IT. An example being the use of Excel, the Excel system. So they will offer kind of subsidised opportunities to the council for people to access those courses, and we made use of them in the past. But I can't recollect any conversations in the last year. We could bring Lynn in, but I think, Lynn, have you heard anything in the last year from union-funded training?
No, and we have, prior to the pandemic, we drew down the Wolf funding, Welsh Union Learning Fund funding, and that was for sort of upskilling staff with digital skills. And we had started conversations about developing a wider programme as well, but the pandemic, I'm not using it as an excuse, but it put paid to those conversations. But certainly when we pick up again, it will be a conversation we'll resume with unions.
Okay, thanks. I'm sure Councillor Bev will see that as a priority and follow that up with you as your portfolio holder. Thank you. Kath, please.
Thanks, Chairman. It's just an odd question, perhaps, but I just wondered, do we do any joint appointments? I'm thinking perhaps with Health Board, you know, it might sound strange, but I can't see any reason why not, why we couldn't perhaps do some joint apprenticeships. Yes, please, Lynn.
Yeah, we are working quite closely with PTHB at the moment around sort of, you know, the Health Academy. The unfortunate thing is that the health and the social care qualification are totally different. There was talk about having a combined qualification, if you like, but Welsh Government didn't run with that.
Shame.
Yes, yeah, but there will be sort of elements that are similar, and so there will be opportunities therefore for joint training in that sort of new academy. And we are working with them as well on the Arwain project, which is to encourage, if you like, new entrants into the sectors. So that's looking at sort of improving in the engagement and advertising and recruiting within the local community to strengthen that supply of workforce that we need, because we're having difficulty at the moment in recruiting into that sector. So that'll be achieved by setting up a central Powys Health and Social Care Skills Hub. And that again will be located in that Health and Care Academy.
Okay. I mean, social work was another one that comes to mind as far as I'm concerned, because we both need social workers. I mean, health certainly needs social workers as much as, although maybe the work is slightly different, we both do need social workers.
Bev, is there any, Councillor Bainham, anything you wish to add to that answer?
Yeah, all I was going to say was, I think we're probably all vying for the same people, and whilst we, you know, we must work together, and we are working together with the Health Board on the new academy work within social care. But for me, it would be extremely beneficial if we were able, and I know we have done it and we are doing it, to identify staff within the social care department and enable them to go on the pathway of training to be a social worker. There are people that I know, you know, don't want to take anything away. We don't want to take any care workers away, but equally, you know, there are young people, or even not so young, but ambitious. They want to learn. Let's encourage them. Let's keep them within our authority without being rude. We want them for ourselves, really, without, sorry if I'm saying a bit awful. But,
yeah, no, I agree with you, Bev, but on the other hand, having the wider remit is often helpful on both sides, in my view.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'm not disagreeing with you, Councillor Kath. I just sort of thinking that if we can encourage all our staff really to look at in ways they may want to progress their career. Many staff are very happy in the role they've got and are happy to stay where they are, and that's fabulous. I'm sure they're doing a grand job. But if there are people that we can identify, and I know we're encouraging managers to speak to the staff and to identify staff and encourage them to take forward in work programs. It really is something that we should be very positive about, and we should be encouraging people. It would be quite difficult to have someone employed by both us and the health board, probably with different term conditions, but something that we may be able to look at, perhaps. Let's let's not take anything off the table, really, isn't it?
I mean, Chair, if it helps, we are doing some specific work on that. If I can just share that with people.
Okay, thank you.
We do have we have one shared post, kind of senior workforce plan officer. We've got a shared graduate trainee starting anytime soon, Lynn. I think email in the inbox later to say they're starting around that 1st of October, and they'll have experience in the PTHB and experience with us. But the kind of key piece of work that we're doing is the PTHB have mapped the various careers in the health board in what they're calling the career escalators. Is how you move up through the organisation. It's the career path. So how that applies in the PTHB in terms of training, development, opportunities and job roles. We're doing the same over in social care. So we're going to produce career escalators in social care. And the point is, when you bring those two things together, you can see the crossover points. So at what point could you step over what training to go and work, and vice versa with health. So we're doing a very important piece of work, Councillor Caff, and that'll show us what the opportunities are and whether there's more we can therefore do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. This is a really interesting update. Just before we close it, I just have one question about the wage rates paid. They are very low. Can the council decide to pay the living wage, although it's not an accredited living wage employer, can it pay the living wage to apprentices? And if so, why is it opted to pay what I would deem to be poverty pay for those opportunities? Councillor Bainham, can you respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Matthew. It's a fair comment, really. I think if it would be appropriate, I would, because obviously I've got a little bit of a list of things that statistically we're going to bring back with gender and disabilities. So I would just like to bring back the number of people that, obviously they won't be identifiable, but the number of apprentices that are actually getting the low 435 as opposed to the number of apprentices that are getting above the minimum wage. Because I think actually I'm not so sure there are that many that are getting, there are some that are getting a higher rate. So I would like to just do a little bit of investigating, a little bit of piece of work, if you wouldn't mind, and I can bring that back at the same time, because I think it would be useful just to see the differentials without sort of giving away people's pay rates. But I think it's a fair comment, and I think perhaps if we could just understand that a little bit better, and then we can look then to what we can and can't do, I think, because it's a fair comment. I know I've got some figures swimming around in my head, but rather than saying the wrong thing, I think I'd just like to take it away and just make sure I've got it correct, if that's okay.
Absolutely. What we want is accurate information, so
yes.
No problem with that at all. And it's okay.
We'll find out.
It's okay not to know the answer, isn't it? That's fine. But could you also add to that list, Councillor Bainham, to bring back some information as to how heads of service are challenged about the opportunities they create to be the ones that actually the organisation needs? I didn't get a real sense that was thought out in the report, and I'd like some more information on that one. Okay, then we will close after two more hands, and we'll take them. There's Councillor Jeremy Pugh and then Councillor Harris, the leader, and then we'll move on from this item. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Chair. What I was going to ask is, when they come back with information, if we could have the information, how many people go out to Powys from post-16 education? And as a result of that, how many people then don't come back to Powys? And again, then with post-18 education, because that is limiting our apprenticeship pool that we can apply to get. And I think it would make a big understanding of the demographics of the people, the labour pool available.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I did want to ask a question at a slightly more relevant time, but I've just been thrown out of the meeting and managed to get back in. It's really about the point that was made earlier about procurement, where we go out to tender on a big building project, and we do go out fairly often. We've got a big capital programme. We ask for a main tender. but beneath that, the main contractor will subcontract to quite a lot of people. And I know that those businesses often employ apprentices. I know that because I've met those apprentices on a couple of contract areas. I just wondered, do we record any of that? Because that is more work and more apprenticeships for Powys people indirectly linked to Powys County Council. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Leader. Good question, and we will try to get you an answer. Although you're not a member of the Scrutiny Committee, thank you for asking it.
I'm trying to be helpful, Chair.
If you fancy a secretary in Scrutiny, you'll always be welcome. Councillor Bainham or Paul.
Yeah, I think if I'm honest, I'm not sure we're drilling down far enough to record these details. Are we? Perhaps Lynn could confirm that, but it's perhaps something that we need to look to a little bit in more detail. But if people are subcontracting, you know, if it's tendered to a large firm and then it's subcontracted down, I'm not sure we are recording this. Are we, Lynn? Am I wrong there?
It wouldn't be recorded, Councillor Bainham,
No.
By workforce and OD. It's to me, that's how we manage procurement in the council, and it's how we manage it in a way for the kind of potentially skills development in the council, but also the economic kind of development of the council. So there should be parts of the council that are on top of those things, that are monitoring it and recording it. I think Councillor Pugh said right at the start, I mean, he suspects they're not. So a lot of the questions we've been asked are outside of Lynn's area of remit, but we'll go away and try and find the information by speaking to the relevant officers. So I think if Wayne could capture the question, we'll take it away and ask, I can't think of the bloke's name, and see his face, the guy that does procurement, and we'll have a word with Nigel Brin's people over about what we're putting in these contracts and the benefit back to the council from them.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of closing this item, a really useful update for us as Scrutiny to see where we're at in terms of performance in the corporate improvement plan, but also overall really where this project and scheme is at. There's still more for us to look at, and you know, Councillor Bainham, if you just want to provide us with written update to Scrutiny that can be circulated, that's fine. But if there's broader work around what you're doing that needs some scrutiny, we want to see that too, and we can have a conversation between the Scrutiny team and yours to ensure that those things happen. But as of a piece for today, I think that we've gone as far as we can go with it, and really useful to have those updates. Really encouraging actually, Councillor Bainham, to hear you taking on board what we're saying and our suggestions to add value to what you're trying to do. That's a really positive relationship, I think, between yourself and Scrutiny. So thank you for being open-minded to what we've got to suggest. That it's really appreciated. And Paul and Lynn, very good to see you both. Thank you for your help today. You're able to leave now if you'd like to. We're going to go on to recycling. We've got Ashley Collins with us. We've got Helwyn Hume, the Cabinet member, with us. They've been waiting very patiently for us to get to this point, so thank you very much. I know today's agenda has been very busy. We have had the presentation in a private briefing for Scrutiny members from Ashley last week, so we don't need to touch on that element again, Helwyn. But if you'd like to introduce it and pull out what you think are the most important points at the moment, we can then go straight into questions and debate.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. First of all, because we're live screening, I'm County Councillor Helwyn Hume, Cabinet Portfolio Holder for the Environment and Countryside Services. Today we have Ashley Collins as Senior Manager for the Waste and Recycling and author of the presentation that you received last week, and Matt Perry, Head of Service, but I know Matt has limited time available this afternoon due to other commitments. So just to give an overview of the presentation that you have already received, I'll refer you to slides 3, 4 and 5 for this initial part. The presentation has been provided to show the data we collect and how we use it to monitor progress towards achieving the Welsh Government's statutory recycling targets. When these figures are compiled, projections are made on the worst case scenario, mainly so that we do not become complacent in terms of our target rates, and that we to operate under a false sense of security and miss any potential problems, really. When looking at the monthly recycling rate, it can fluctuate considerably. This is mainly because we do bulk up and transport on at various times during the month, some months more than others, depending on the levels of the recycling that we have. But overall, it does balance itself out over the course of the year. All data is reported to Natural Resources Wales via the waste data flow, which is a very comprehensive IT system, which requires a considerable amount of data and information regarding the quantities of materials and where it is taken to. This is then closely audited to ensure that it is correct and that only legitimate processes are used. An example of the due diligence of Natural Resources Wales was reported during the recycling rate for 2019-20, where Powys officially achieved 63%, 1% short of the 64, which was the target. In reality, the outturn was 64%, but due to not noticing a reporting error at the time, NRW would not allow the additional 1% to be counted for that year. We did then have a meeting with the Welsh Government to explain what had happened, and they understood that it was a genuine error and to carry forward the 1%, thus accepting that it was legitimately recycled. This was an error on our part, and we have now put in procedures and checks to ensure that this doesn't occur again. So that's a brief overview. I am aware, as you said, that you had a pre-scrutiny meeting last week, and I understand several councillors raised questions. Now then, Chair, I understand there was questions from Councillor David Selby, Jonathan Wilkinson, Jackie Charlton, Jeremy Pugh and Kath Roberts-Jones. So how do you wish me to address those now, Chair?
That's okay, Councillor Hume. Thank you for that. Those members will put their questions, if they so wish, at this meeting. They'll raise their hand and I will bring them in. I'm very conscious that your head of service needs to leave very soon for another commitment that he can't delay. So I just want to give him an opportunity to add anything briefly to ensure that his comments don't get missed, really, and then we will go to members. Hi, Matt. Good to see you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just picking up and more than happy to have the conversation with members. But yeah, just picking up on Councillor Aylwin's point, we were fortunate to just carry that 1% forward. But obviously, it's an area that we will obviously address going forward. But I think I'll open it up and happy to take questions then. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks. Okay, colleagues, please raise your hand if you'd like to contribute. While I'm waiting for you to do that, I just want to put on record my thanks to Ashley Collins, who spent time with us in scrutiny to brief us on these issues. Councillor David Selby, please.
Thank you, Chair. And again, thanks for the detail on the report. What I'm concerned about is where we go from here. We've been very successful in getting the recycling rate to where it is. We face bigger challenges, and what I was just trying to understand is whether the team are looking at other ways of getting the recycling rates up. I'm particularly concerned about areas which have probably got a low rate at the moment, and I talk about some of the estates where the actual storage room for bins is limited, or that they're terraced and that's very inconvenient. Communal areas are not the best place to be places for the recycling bins. So I wonder how the team are going to address that going forward and how we can make the next step forward with recycling.
Okay, Councillor Hume, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, we have got bigger challenges ahead of us to get to 70% by 24-25. We are currently looking at taking more out of the residual waste in terms of plastics, Tetra Packs, AHPs, nappies, things like that. So there's considerable more work to do because we don't want to go from 64 straight up to 70. We want to do it now gradually over the next few years. So we're very mindful of that, and discussions are always ongoing. In terms of the estates, large estates, I'm very mindful that you do have a large one, Councillor David, in your ward, Trey Havren. I know we've had, I've had discussions as well as the team with regards to maybe providing skips for these areas, but we all know those would be abused. And so we see it as more an awareness and enforcement, and working more closely with our housing service as well as housing associations to try and work community groups as well who support these estates to improve their recycling and reduce littering and fly tipping, as does occur in those locations. I have worked with you on a litter pick in that location, supported by Keep Wales Tidy as well, Rachel Palmer. And we're also aware that you can now get these litter picking kits from the local libraries as well to keep these areas to a reasonable standard, to a high standard, and it did make a huge difference that day I did join you. So I think that's all I can add on that at this moment.
Sure, if you'd allow me just to come back, I think we need to be very careful about language. To say that we know that skips will be abused on a particular estate, or to say that there's lots of problems there is not particularly appropriate. We need to turn it around and do positive. What we need to do is to positively work with those to ensure that recycling is better. But equally, the point I was making is that the system we've designed doesn't work well in certain areas. Now, one of them happens to be an estate. If you've got houses I can think of where the only way between back and front is through the house itself, and the communal areas at the back, it's not easy to retain the 3 recycling bins plus a black bin plus a green bin in your property. And what we've got to look at is better solutions for certain types of areas, and I'm just highlighting that. It's not a matter of negativity. Happy to do litter picking, but it's more about how we provide a service that is applicable to that area. Yeah.
Take on board. I don't know whether Ashley or Matt wants to come in further on that, but definitely something we can sit down and talk through, and maybe do a visit to see what those real issues are, because we need to know exactly what we're dealing with. And fully accept what you're saying, taking from front to back or back to front of your property through the home. It's not the ideal by no means.
Okay, Ashley, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, if I could. Yeah, it is always an issue in housing estates, as it is with flats. One of the big things, particularly with flats, is a transitory population as well, and we can do an all, but it can often be that we've got it through to a particular lot of residents, and then it changes and we have to start again. We do have sort of communal bins in flats, but it's very, very hard to monitor what goes into those. So ideally, this is why the curbside sort is the favoured method by the Welsh Government, because it's so much easier to control the type of material that we collect to make sure that we minimise contamination. We do work, and we've got a very active awareness and enforcement team who does work with the sort of communities on these estates to try and find the best solutions. But it is always a problem that every authority does get at the end of the day. In terms of the skip sort of approach, you put a skip anywhere and it gets abused, not necessarily by the people who live anywhere near it either. It's just sort of a magnet for people to take stuff to do anything like that. It needs to be very much a controlled operation. So you could have, and housing associations have done this, like they've provided something for a Saturday morning just to help clear up an estate. But it is something that's got to be managed very, very carefully, because you provide a facility like that and it's very much it is very used, often not by the people it was intended for. But it is something that we're looking at very closely in terms of what options we do have for more hard to reach areas. Thank you.
Okay, did you want to come back, David?
Oh, thank you. I'll leave it to that.
Okay, and apologies, Phyllis has woken up and she's being quite vocal in the background. Kath Roberts-Jones, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Oh dear, I know what it's like. I've got one the same. I try and keep her out of the way as far as possible. Just on that last point, do we work with planning when we're developing new estates and housing and all the rest of it to incorporate this? And if not, we should be. But my question is, what about the fire risks of the transfer stations? I mean, we see again, there's been another fire at Blaenavon this weekend, and I know there is concern in Abermule, which is quite adjacent to my ward, about the fire risk for these things. And I hope that we will never be in that situation, but the possibility is obviously there. And one other question that's come to me since we met is what happens to our medical waste? I'd be interested to know, does that all go to landfill or is it otherwise dealt with? Thank you.
Thank you, Kath.
In terms of the fire risks, yes, there have been several reported fires at waste facilities recently, which of course is a cause of concern. However, these facilities are much larger than the facilities we have, and with a greater concentration of materials generally stored there, so to what we carry at our sites. But for Abermule, in order for us to operate under the awaited NRW permit, we have been required to submit a fire prevention and management plan.
Right.
Includes fire detection and alarm systems, as well as measures to prevent a fire occurring in the first place. These are very comprehensive document that we have to provide to NRW, and they have to approve it before they will grant the permit going forward. But with regards to medical waste, Ashley, would you be so kind and come in on that one?
Sorry, I haven't given you prior warning on this one, but it's come to me since last week.
Fair enough.
Just give you a quick bit of background on what's called clinical waste. There's hazardous and, well, infectious and non-infectious clinical waste. Anything that is infectious is the responsibility of the health board, and they provide collections for that. There's actually very little it is. The sharps or the needles and things, they have a take back scheme that goes back to the pharmacies, and then they will collect the other material, which they will then take for incineration. The non-infectious stuffs, which is essentially incontinence pads, colostomy bags, that kind of thing, we can collect that as part of our normal residual waste. So that can just go in with the residual waste, so either in the purple sacks or the wheeled bin. In cases where people really do need additional capacity, we are able to provide that, but only where we've made a check, because unfortunately people do try and abuse the system on this. We do have to check, but in the vast majority of cases we'll happily provide some more capacity for that. That will then go with our residual waste, some of which currently goes to landfill. More and more is now going for energy from waste, which basically we can get, as is in the title, energy from that material when it is burnt. So that's what happens to that.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that.
Okay. Thanks, Kath. We'll move on to Councillor Jackie Charlton, please.
Thank you, Chair. I did give some indication about these questions that I was going to ask. So I've got three questions mainly. The first question is, we do still have some community sites where there are bins that people can bring along their recycling stuff like bottles and card, clothes and other things. And I wondered what the cost is to the authority on these sites, because they're not everywhere, they're in very distinct areas. The other issue that I wanted to find out about really was the amount of fly tipping that we're having. Is it increasing? Is it going down? And what is the cost to the authority for that? And do we enforce on that one? And then the final question is, we're very lucky we've got the loan of an electric vehicle or waste vehicle at the moment in Powys. It is at the moment in my area, and I have seen it. It's fantastic. At the moment, we only seem to be measuring the cost on the fuel costs. We're not actually measuring, and I'm not sure about this, I'm sure it's being measured somewhere, what the carbon emission savings are as well. So I think that's, at the moment, we're now looking at the climate emergency and possibly looking at other emergencies. That is almost a more important cost measure than the financial cost. So those are my 3 questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hume, please.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Jackie. Okay, the Bring sites. Yes, we still have around about 40 of them around across the county. The budgeted net expenditure for this year is £180,000. Most of this being for staff and vehicles, along with payments to a small number of local groups who look after the sites for us as well. There is a small amount of income from the material, but that's roughly £10,000. So at the most, to be quite honest with you. In terms of fly tipping, we haven't had the issues that some other local authorities have had, fortunately. We did, I think, see a slight increase initially, but it has all settled back down again now. There was a spike of reported incidents during lockdown, but as I said, that has now settled back down again. Powys is, I think, yes, it is third in Wales for issuing the fixed penalty notices. So we're very proactive in that sense. And then in terms of the cost to the authority, the estimated cost, and it is an estimated cost of fly tipping for Powys for 2020-21 was 41,000, based on the Fly Tipping Action Wales, which is a Natural Resources Wales calculation tool. Into that, we have to put the number of reported incidents, the cost of collection, and the cost of enforcement. So that's the cost to the authority. In terms of the RCV, yes, we have been focusing on the fuel costs. Where are we? Let's have a look. Yeah, the RCVs, the diesel costs us around about £20,800 per year. The RCV costs us £7,800 per year, with a saving of £13,000 per annum. I don't have the carbon emission data. Do Matt or Ashley have that? Have we done any data analysis on that so far?
If I may, we don't actually, we haven't done any exactly on the carbon emissions, but I'm looking at the sort of the stuff that's come with the electric vehicle and the trials that have been done elsewhere. They're looking at a 60 to 80% reduction in CO2 emissions compared to a diesel vehicle. So there is quite a significant reduction there.
Okay, thank you very much. And it would be really useful if we could record that somewhere and make sure that it is something that we keep an eye on, and it does become part of our climate emergency action on how we're doing that. And the shock, I think, is the cost of the community waste sites, because this is quite a cost, and I'm not sure that it exactly contributes to our recycling figures. I know it probably does on some things, but if there's only a small income from that of £10,000, the assumption is that not much of that is actually going to recycling. I'm not sure about that. You can perhaps put me right on that, but there does seem to be rather a large cost on these community waste sites. And I wonder whether we could do some more investigation on this and see ways of where we can raise awareness so that people use the curbside recycling more effectively, and do other measures to raise awareness, because this does seem rather a lot of money.
Thanks. Matt, I'm conscious your hand is up and that you've got to leave in like 1 minute. So do you want to have the floor?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And apologies, I've got to step out, but picking up on the point of the vehicle, myself and John Forsey will be undertaking a review of all the fleet within Powys, and it's something that I'd be interested in bringing back to this committee, just to show what we have to do now over the next 9 years in terms of reducing our carbon emissions, and ultimately what we do intend on doing as Powys in terms of changing all our fleet to electrification, because whilst there are savings at the moment associated with the running costs, the actual purchase costs of these vehicles are quite expensive at the moment. So we are hoping over the years that will reduce, but and obviously we can hopefully get the support from Welsh Government. But I'd be keen, once we got the details, that I'll bring that paper in and show the work that we've got to sort of trying to achieve now over the next few years.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm sure we'd really like to see that in scrutiny. Thank you. We'll move on then, Jackie. Unless you've got any other questions, we'll go on to Councillor Kelvin Curry.
Can I just ask what's going to happen about the community waste sites? Can we have something on that as well, please?
Yes, take a motion back. Most definitely. Happy to work with you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks. Kelvin. Well, Kelvin, I think you may still be muted.
Chair, just so that you're aware, Ashley Collins has lost connectivity, but we'll keep going. No problem at all.
Okay.
Can you hear me now, Matthew?
Yes, Kelvin, welcome.
Oh, great. Okay. Had considerable problems with technology this morning. Anyhow, moving on. The remaining amount, the 30-odd% that isn't being recycled at the moment, presumably that's made up of two things that we aren't currently collecting, like Tetra Paks and various kinds of plastic, and presumably the other part is by residents not actually sorting it at source. So stuff that is recyclable is going into the residual. So I'd like clarification, if we've got it, as to what proportion of those two headings the remainder fits into. The second point is the issue about education, which I think has been hinted on, but presumably the essence of a lot of the recyclate that isn't being currently collected is down to people not being aware or not being brought up to up to speed as to why they should do it. And I'm just wondering when the last sort of Powys-wide initiative to heighten people's education about this actually took place, and whether there's another due anytime soon, or whether there should be. And thirdly, Hywell mentioned about the things that aren't being recycled, like Tetra Paks, etc. What is the current position with that? Because it gets mentioned to me on numerous occasions. I get involved in emails asking why Tetra Paks, because they're so easily identifiable, why aren't they collected separately at the curbside rather than having to take to bring sites, which actually, unless you happen to be going there anyhow, is not a very good use of your time or for fuel to take them there. So just wonder if you could pick up on those questions, please.
Okay, thank you, Kelvin. With regards to the 30% not currently recycled, we are working behind the scenes because we need to get more out of the residual into the curbside collections. And we need to find avenues that we can then have this processed by legitimate companies who can then, because it's all part of our percentages going forward, very much aware of that. Yes, Tetra Paks can be taken to the HWRCs. Fully appreciate that that is an inconvenience. So we are most definitely looking at the Tetra Pak and getting those into the curbside as soon as we possibly can. It is about education. We had every intention prior to March last year of doing some recycling roadshows. in all the towns, Newtown, Walsall, Brecon, Brickell, you name it. That was our intention. It is still our intention, but it has been delayed somewhat. A lot of the staff from the service have been redeployed into TTP, as with many other staff in other services. So we are working on getting to that 70% sooner rather than later through the removal of more items out of the residual waste.
Thanks for that. It would be nice to have a progress report, because these are all plans for the future about Tetra Paks at the curbside, about education. We haven't got a date for either of those, and being able to strip more out of the residual. If we could have an update, I don't know, maybe for the next meeting, so we just know a time scale for when these things are hoped to happen. That would be helpful.
Okay, thank you, Calvin. But I've noted that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Calvin. Helpful and appreciated. Thank you. Kath Roberts-Jones, please.
Yeah, just a quick one on that. Talking about information to the wider public out there. Roadshows are all very well, but not everybody goes to roadshows, I'm afraid. Is there any way that lists or each household could be communicated with as to what can now be taken out of the residual waste and possibly recycled? And that might help people to do that, because I think there is a difficulty out there with people not knowing what they can put in and what they can't put it in. So I think maybe possibly these letters then could be delivered as the collections are made.
Ashley, do you want to come in on that? It's a valid point.
Yeah, apologies. I've just been chucked out for the last 10 minutes on Zoom for some reason, so I was really struggling.
Does happen.
So I'm probably going to repeat what's just been said, or so apologies for that. But I sort of picked up on the tail end of what we were kind of trying to do to get towards the 70% and the communications. We do quite a lot of communications with our awareness enforcement. We have a big Facebook presence and Twitter awareness management. We put an awful lot of material on that. We're also working with the Welsh. No, of course. We're also working very closely with the Welsh Government in terms of their Be Mighty campaign. So hopefully that means quite a bit to a lot of you that will have been seen on the television. In terms of getting up to the 70%, we're trying to get as much as we can to energy from waste so that we can recycle the incinerator bottom ash out of the end of that. And then we really are, it's almost tinkering around the edges to increase recycling wherever we can. There are things like I came on the Councillor Harwin saying about things like Tetra Paks, a few other things that we can try and collect. Of course, these aren't particularly heavy item now at the point where we need everything we possibly can. Plus, we don't want material to go for residual waste. So we are doing quite a lot in terms of how we, like I said, work with the Welsh Government, divert as much as we can to energy from waste, and also getting this additional material out the waste stream. But an awful lot of it, when we've looked at our, sort of done very rough compositional analysis, there's still an awful lot of recycling in the waste stream. And this is what we've got to really target to get out. And this is why we're very, very strict when people ask for additional capacity for bins. And we'll often go there and they're not recycling anywhere near as much as they should. They may have children in nappies, but they're not recycling. So this is where we have to take quite a stern approach to maximise that recycling from the curbside. I take your point in terms of materials that can and can't be collected. We have actually started doing it again, where we're looking at the red box, for example, because we get a lot of contamination in that, where we leave a leaflet with it to say why we've left certain items. There's a lot of information on our website. I appreciate everybody doesn't see that. We are looking at redoing our routes again, because there's always efficiencies that can be made. And when we do the publicity on that, we will certainly again emphasize the materials that we can collect.
Okay.
And why we can, because technically it is, but we've got to have somewhere to take this material. And one of the big problems we have is things like the compostable crisp packets is one that came up the other day, that someone was saying, why can't I put this in with my food waste? Well, because an anaerobic digestion plant doesn't compost things. So it is a constant battle with that communication. I mean, it is an ongoing thing, absolutely. And as Councillor Harwin said, roadshows were one of a number of things that we wanted to do, and that will get to a certain segment of the population. But it's again, it's like working with Wales as a whole to try and get that message out. And Wales is way above any other of the nations in the UK on recycling now, and that's because we've worked so well together as a nation, and all the 22 authorities and the Welsh Government, which has really shown itself in the COVID crisis as well.
Okay, just one
I don't know
further
what else
thing.
I missed. What
No,
was it?
just one further thing, Ashley. What about ash waste from fires? I mean, I do put mine in the recycling, in the black bin, but I don't know what else to do with it.
There isn't that much option for that, really. Most efficient wood burners won't give a lot left, and if you can compost it, that's by far the best thing to do with it. Coal fires aren't so good because you can't compost that, and that does produce more. And this has been a particular issue, particularly sort of down Ustragunlus and the mining sort of old communities, where a lot of places was still on the coal fire. That is an issue. It does have to go in residual. Please make sure it's cold before it's gone in.
Yeah, understand
Going
that.
back to a further comment earlier on.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Kath, thank you. Ashley, thank you for that. Can I just ask you what it costs the council to run the garden waste service, Helwyn, and then what we actually take in terms of income from running the garden waste service?
Bear with me 1 second.
Okay, thanks.
I haven't got it, and I know that we have increased the number of bins out there this year. Ashley, do you know that any of that information that the chair is seeking?
Yes, I can come in on that. I mean, it's income has gone up considerably on the garden waste service. We've had an awful lot more customers than previously. We're currently looking, it makes a slight loss at the minute, sort of around 140,000 is what we're looking at. But we're in mind that with the garden waste service, there was a major cost to running the bring sites. So what we have done is, they've been taken out. There's been quite a big saving with that. We try to get it to break even, the garden waste service. It is quite difficult to do because it's quite difficult to gauge exactly the amount of customers we'll get, because obviously the more customers we get on.
I just want the numbers. What does it cost us to run it, and what income is it generating us?
The income's around 450,000.
And what's the cost of running the service?
I'm trying to look at my form here, and it's not calculated up because I did bring these figures with me. Well, the net is around 150,000. I can find that out for you and get back to you. I've got it in a big list. I could actually list you the overtime and operational staff, but the overall cost.
Yeah, so if we can pick that up as an action, I appreciate it'll take some time to work through now, but if we could get that and circulate for the minutes, I think we may want to look at that in terms of value for money, perhaps in the future, the scrutiny.
It's roughly about 600,000 cost.
Okay.
So we're looking at an income of 440. So
if you could confirm that offline and provide that to Win, that would be helpful. Thank you very much. Jackie, your hand is still up. I'm not sure whether that's a legacy hand or whether it was a new hand. I didn't know.
It's a new hand, Chair. If I'm able to ask another question, it's very relevant to this. Yeah, it's and I have had conversations with Ashley about this in the past, and I think it's a really important issue. We focus quite rightly on recycling because that's what the Welsh Government asks us to do, and that's how we're measured, and that's where we lose money if we have a fine. But what we're not doing quite so much work on, and I blame the Welsh Government for this, not Powys, but I was wondering what we might be doing, and an all Wales thing, because I know all the waste and recycling managers all get together and talk about this, is what we're doing about reusing and reducing. And reducing seems to be the big issue, because if we can reduce the amount of people, the amount of waste that we have as individuals, we reduce the amount of recycling and reduce our costs. Because the more encouragement we're doing for people to recycle, which is great, it does increase the costs of every single local authority because they have to get rid of it. And there is an income from it as well, and I understand that, but that is up and down, and sometimes the income is good and sometimes it's not so good. And it's not so good when you've got an extra amount of it. And I think card is one of those things. If there's a huge amount of card that comes into the recycling process around the country, so around Wales, then the cost or the income that you get from that card reduces. So there are kind of balancing acts here, but I'm wondering really what we're doing as a council to assist communities to think more proactively about reusing and reducing as part of the 3 R's that we have on this particular subject area.
Thank you, Jackie. Helwyn, are you able to answer that one?
Well, Ashley and I both attended a Welsh Government packaging waste reforms briefing back in June this year, whereby they spoke about the deposit return schemes and also the extended producer responsibility with regards to manufacturers taking greater responsibility as well. But Ashley, would you like to add any more to that? Because that is ongoing at the moment. I'm aware of that with the Welsh Government.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harwin. Yeah, I mean, a couple of points on that. Yes, there is the deposit return scheme and the extended producer responsibility scheme, which will put more of the onus back on manufacturers. But in terms of the targets, Councillor Charlton was saying, and the reuse, we are improving reuse throughout the county. We work a lot with Phoenix, a local charity, we will divert people on the bulky waste to go to them before they come to us, because that is reused and we can count that towards our targets. We've also worked with Open Newtown, who have the shop at the Newtown Household Waste Recycling Centre. They put in a bid for Welsh Government funding through the Circular Economy Fund, which we supported. We did a similar thing with a group in Llandrindod. Whilst the site there isn't as big to cope with having a shop on site, there is a new shop that's been developed in Llandrindod, and we've supported that initiative as well. We've also had some money to put these shops on our other sites. We're looking at the Brecon site and how we can potentially expand that, because these things do take up quite a bit of room and people love going to them, so they do tend to clog up sites if you're not too careful. And we've got one that we've recently just completed at Ystrygynlys as well. In terms of how the Welsh Government looks at it, I'm actually on a working group that's looking at future targets for the Welsh Government, and they're very much moving away from recycling for recycling's sake and looking at the carbon metrics, because one of the comments you may have picked up on when I said earlier on about the weight of materials, we look at tonnage-based targets in the minute. Now, that may not be the best way of doing it. Things like film, Tetra Paks don't weigh very much, so it's not really in our interest purely from a target perspective to look to recycle them. But of course, it goes much deeper than that in terms of the carbon metrics around it all. I mean, just again, picking up on your thing about card, and I may have missed this when I was chucked out of the meeting, but the Bring sites, whilst it does look a lot of money, 880,000, when you just look at it like that, when you compare it to the cost of collecting curbside, they're not one of the more expensive ways of doing things. The idea is doing both is what you don't want to do. But the problem is we were looking at removing quite a lot of these, and of course the pandemic hit, and the cardboard banks have been very much used by the public because everyone's doing home deliveries, and we can't, unfortunately, fit those on the vehicles. So we do get a fair bit of criticism. Why have you left my enormous telly box on the side of the road? It's well, if we put your enormous telly box into our Rome equipped vehicle, we're going to have to go straight back and tip off, and we're not going to get the rounds done. So there is a fine balancing act with the different methods that we collect things. Hopefully that's answered your point.
Yeah, thank you. We are going to move on from this. Thanks, Jackie. Thank you. So we're going to close this agenda item. It's been a really useful update in terms of where the service is at and the performance. But I think there are some things that we will need to be following up, particularly the comments that Kelvin was making around, you know, the percentage of waste that isn't being recycled that's going to landfill, and what's going to change about that, what you're going to do to make sure more is being recycled. And that fits with Jackie's point about reduce and reuse. And I'm acutely aware that it's in the programme for government from the Welsh Government that they want to see community recycling facilities in town centres with reduce and reuse and zero waste shopping opportunities attached to those. So where will we fitting into that? How are we influencing that? I think it will be important to understand. We want the confirmed figures in terms of cost of running the service and income in terms of the garden waste. And you'll confirm those to win. That's a useful session. Thank you for that. And you've been hanging around a long time in order to be able to tell us it. So thank you very much. And I just want to say really on the end of this one, throughout the whole of the pandemic, our bins have been collected, the recycling has gone without fail. The crews have been fantastic. So please, you know, from this committee, take back our thanks to them, because perhaps they're some of the unsung heroes really of the past 12 to 18 months.
Here, I agree entirely with you, Matthew. That's wonderfully said.
They've been great actually. So please tell them that we said that. Thank you. Thanks very much. We will go on then to our committee work programme. It's item 7 on the agenda. We're not going to spend too much time on this now because we agreed in our briefing session, our private session, that we'll have a separate meeting in order to develop the work programme. So we will just note the future dates of committee meetings, and we will get a date in the diary very quickly so that we can do the development of the work programme. Is that okay for everybody? Lovely. Thank you very much. That ends the formal business. We'll go into a private session now just to do the committee reflection, and we'll look back on what I know has been an incredibly busy agenda today. But thank you all for your participation. Wyn, can you confirm that we've stopped being live?
Bear with me, Chair.
Thank you.
Matthew, I think I'm going to have to duck out now because I've got another meeting at 3 o'clock and I do need a bit of a break before I have to sit down for another 2 hours or